I would like to call on Pastor Tommy Reed for our invocation.
Let's pray and give thanks. Heavenly Father, we thank you so very much for today. What a gift it is. How beautiful it is. Lord, you've blessed us all more than we could ever imagine or we deserve. We thank you for this commonwealth we get to live in from east to west, north to south. I think it's the prettiest place in the whole world. Thank you for these people here, their responsibility they're in charge with. Thank you, Lord. I pray you'll give them grace and wisdom as they manage the resources. We thank you for the privilege to hunt and fish and enjoy the journey along the way. So, Lord, I pray that everything they do will be pleasing to you, and it'll bless the good people of the Commonwealth State of Kentucky. I ask this in the name of Jesus, and amen.
Amen. Amen. Pledge of Allegiance. Matt, would you lead us in Pledge of Allegiance, please? The flag will be posted on the screen of the TV. Matt, you care to lead us one?
Allegiance to the department.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go, Matt.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Jay, could you lead us in roll call, please?
Absolutely. District 1, Jay Smith. District 2.
Here.
District 3.
Here.
District 4.
Here.
District 5.
Here.
District 6 is vacant. District 7.
Here.
District 8.
Here.
District 9.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, all members are present.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Just a few remarks from me this morning. I really want to thank Pastor Tommy Reed for driving from Floyd County to do our invocation today. He has been a counselor to me for many, many years, and he pastors Fitzpatrick First Baptist Church, a little church there in Prestonsburg, Kentucky. And he is truly a fisherman of men that also loves to hunt and be in the outdoors. I think he's a great example of what a man should be all the time. And I really appreciate his prayers today. I asked him to pray for the commissioner and I as we try to lead this agency. And he is such a great mentor of mine, and I really appreciate Preacher. I really do. It's heartfelt. Thank you. Commissioner?
All right. Thank you all. Good crowd. I'd like to thank the KSU Farm. We've been here several times to this facility, and that's why we decided to do this today. It's a good, comfortable space, pretty close to town, and just fantastic. So this is a little bit conceptual. Appreciate everybody. Number one, Kelsey, you always crush it. we assigned her this activity along with the I&E division. A lot of technical aspects to this. As you can tell, our flag didn't fly here today on the screen, but when we go to a new place, sometimes we have some challenges, but thanks to everybody for that. I was blessed this morning to leave in the dark and get here at sunrise, and so I got to see the moon, I got to see the stars in the sky, and I got to see the sunrise, and what a blessing. A little fog. God's really been good to us, and all creation. And I will say, every time that we get to do something like this, I want to thank license holders, because we get to do this, we get to protect and serve the resources that we love, because we have license holders that care about it as much as we do. Our staff in general, you all keep crushing it. I'm thankful for you all. I'd like to thank those that are viewing today. I hope you can stick with us. Thanks to the attendees. Y'all took your Friday to come out and share conservation with us. A special thanks to Gabe Jenkins. Has a whole lot on his plate. But one thing you wouldn't know, he's a great daddy. Has a great wife that takes care of him, keeps him in shape. But Gabe, thank you for a lot of the work you've been doing lately. And truly, K-State, this is a treasure for us. We may use this facility again for a multitude of purposes. We've got some celebrations to be had that, we'll see, our screen did work this time, hallelujah on that. Our friend Joe Lacefield, 35 years of service. We're really proud of him. Bluegrass guy. He had some challenges this year from a flood from the spring waters, and Joe, congratulations for 35 years of service. We have a lot of milestones on here. I'm going to touch on the big ones. So 30 years, Jared Chappell from Fisheries and Wes Hodges from Wildlife. 25 years of service. You know a number of these people, a lot of great personalities and folks that we're really proud of. 20 years of service. Again, we're statewide, and a lot of these people are brothers and sisters to me, and we're thankful for all their service. 15 years. It seems like some of these folks are just kids with 15 years of service on their hands. And 10. And then 5. And so we're thankful for our staff, and we can't achieve the mission without the people. And so we're truly blessed. And then when it comes to retirements, we're excited. We lose a lot of young people. They retire at a young age, I'll say that. And you can see the list here. I'd like to thank all these folks. I got to share with Bruce Armstrong some great stories from I&E. He could write a book of the phone calls he's received throughout his tenure. You saw Brian Clark on that list. He served in the commissioner's office. We're thankful for Brian and all the service he provided to the agency. Continued retirements. Fantastic individuals here on the screen, just like family here. And that's all. So let's give all those people a round of applause. So I'd like to thank the Law Enforcement Division. We currently have an academy going on. We're going to have 2 of those this year, and thanks to the General Assembly for allowing us to have 2 academies. So we're excited to see this one unfold, and then we have one coming shortly hereafter. Some of you may have heard recently about a commercial fishing operation that's going on statewide. I do want to thank our guys that wear badges. They do tremendous work. They put their life on the line, and they protect our resources. So thank you guys, and God bless you. Recently, we just closed on a 500-acre acquisition next to Veterans Memorial in Scott County, and which just so happens to join the shooting range. And that's going to be a heck of a facility, and that's a place that we should all visit here soon. Some of you heard about the Great Crossing Dam removal. That's something that when I started here, we initiated conversations about that dam removal. I appreciate all the support there. And Kevin Rexroth, Kevin, job well done. When you let a leader lead, he took that project over and had a cleanup day out there, over 80 tires removed, 3 dump truck loads of trash, and just fantastic work. And there's not going to be another life lost there at that Lowhead Dam. State Fair was good, sales were up. Our reach with both Facebook and Instagram continues to grow. We're trying to consolidate that thanks to Chase and Kevin. It's a huge part of the way we connect with outdoorsmen. Social, we're moving into a new age of connectivity with our customer base. You're going to continue to see a lot of surveys from the department because we care about what the masses think, and so surveys are going to continue to come out. We have the RFP out for the third-party app, so I almost want to just jump for joy here. That has been a long process, and so we look forward to the potential of a new license system and/or vendor. Great opening to deer season. Elk season has started. We've got some agency fundraising permits, which are going to be a new thing, and we're excited about that. We're working on camp accreditation. Kevin, and kudos to your staff. We've run camps for decades, and we're going through the accreditation process. We're sewing that up, and we're really thankful for that. So next week is National Hunting and Fishing Day. We're going to have activities at Salado, and if you want to hustle out, we're going to give away some free fishing poles for some of the first attendees there. So get in line. Wood duck and teal season opens tomorrow. I believe Eastern goose opens tomorrow as well. So keep that in mind. We've at the end of the month, we have early antlerless deer season in the CWD zone. So just remember, what we do is precious, and we've got to recruit replacements in the field. And as somebody that has suffered from tick-borne illness, remember when you go to the field, permethrin on your clothes. That's something that folks we're going to have to deal with going forward. And on a positive note to close this out, don't forget about Hunters for the Hungry. We have an opportunity to donate a deer, find a processor that will take a deer, and we can bless people, we can help manage the resource, and it's free. We take care of it along with Hunters for the Hungry. So a lot of things are going on. Our agency is strong, our staff, I keep saying you all are crushing it. Thankful, truly blessed to serve with great people. And a lot of things moving, but thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak.
I'd like to make one more quick remark. I just noticed that the currently elected league president, Mr. Ramey's here. Thank you for being in attendance, Mr. Ramey. Thank you. Next item up is our quarterly financial reports. Ms. Trent.
So this report is the end of the fiscal year for 2025. So this is the fourth quarter and all of the final numbers. Did you all have any questions when you went through? Because I know you all get this in advance. So did you all have any questions with anyone?
Matt?
Okay.
Yeah. is there anything on here that gives you heartache about appropriations and or revenue coming in? I just noticed, you know, we're about 95% on hunting and fishing license, but that represents what, 1.9 million. There's some that are over 100%, but a few that are under. And when I look down at the total line for total revenue and appropriation, it's at about 76.35%. Does that give you any heartache at all? And I'm just asking purely from a...
No, and it doesn't because of our seasons and how our license fluctuates. So that doesn't, the number that we use for the budget, that 36 or 38 million, is based on a 5-year average. So it comes and goes, but it is right in line with, I guess the easiest one to look at, I typically look at more than anything, if you'll flip, Nathan, can you flip to this page? So if you all will look at this page, typically during the month, each month when we do these or each quarter, I look at the 25, but then I will also look at the 24 and the 23 for the comparison. And so we do have fluctuations, but I'm not worried about that because, as you know, a budget is an estimate,
Sure.
and it's based on our past license sales. So typically when we do an increase, we will see that drop off some because we lose some license holders because we did an increase. But then in the second year, we've found in the past, they kind of bounce back up. So we do have that fluctuation, but no, there's nothing that gives me heartburn.
Okay. Just, I mean, not being involved in the day-to-day administrative operations, I just wanted to ask and see if there are any trends or evidence we need to be concerned about. So,
No.
thank you.
Any other questions? So as far as the financials go, that report, I also sent you all this, and I sent it to you in hard copy and electronic. This is our year-end financials that we actually report to the Secretary of State's office every year and log that in. So this is just an overall summary of all the receipts for the department, all the expenditures by division, our capital projects. So when you all start looking into that and you get in depth with it, and if you have any questions, you don't have to wait to the meeting. You all can always email me or reach out and just ask whatever questions that you need. Rich did mention the only other thing that I wanted to mention to you all. Rich mentioned our RFP that is out. If you all go to events, a lot of our staff do the same thing. They'll go to conventions or meetings and a vendor talks to you about it. Because it's open, you can't discuss it with them. So we actually have cards that you can hand out to them. So I will, at the break, I will make sure you all have some cards. This has our procurement branch manager's name on it, and so she is the main contact. That way it keeps you out of answering any questions that you're not aware of. And if you talk to a vendor, it could potentially knock them out of being qualified for that bid. So I just wanted to make sure that we got that out to you all today as well. So your budget, I sent you a copy of the commission budget. So that is the budget for you all. Did you all have any questions on any of those budget categories? Did all of those make sense to you? Most of the time you all's budget has to do with these meetings, your travel, or any meetings that you have. So a lot of your budget is travel. There are some administrative things that the department charges to the commission for any supplies or whatever we budget for you all to have stuff or money there and funds there to spend. So anybody have any questions on any of those?
The only question I have is when does the RFP close?
It closes November the 11th, and it has it on, or November 17th.
November 17th.
It has the dates on here, and it has the RFP number and everything. So I'll make sure you all get some of those today. Okay. Well, if you all don't have any questions, that's the fourth quarter. And in December, we will, typically this meeting, we normally give you all the whole department budget. I only gave you all the commission budget, and the reason for that is because we are in the middle, well, we just finished a reorganization, and so we had to do some shifting. of some branches and some budgets. So Amanda, our budget analyst, is working on that. So we will have the full budget in December to give you all of it after we get all those shifts made from the reorganization.
Thank you, Ms. Trent. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
And don't forget, you all need to vote on that.
We need to motion to accept.
Need a, okay. We need a motion and a second then.
I'll make the motion to accept as submitted.
Second motion. Who made the second?
Walter?
Roll call.
First district, aye. Second? Aye. Third?
Aye.
Fourth? Aye. Fifth?
Aye.
Skip Sue. Seventh? Seventh district? Eighth district? Aye. Ninth? Aye. I call you. Forgive me. I'm reading down the list.
Okay.
I just wanted to remind y'all, we forgot it last time.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Trent.
Thank you.
Our next up is Mr. Tommy Floyd, update on the National Archery in the Schools, NAS program. Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Thank you.
Thank you all for letting me come today. I want to make sure you see on your desk there, I was able to give you some materials to look through later. I've given you 2 items to look through, our most recent annual report on the national level, as well as some background facts which were actually used to make the annual report. I want to thank Commissioner Storm not only for his friendship and his example to me and to Kentucky NAS students, but it's not every day that a guy that, like me, gets to sit in front of his commission. So I guess I wanted to start on a personal level. Since I was 13 years old and I'm now 62, I've been blessed to be a citizen of the Commonwealth, and I've enjoyed Kentucky outdoors since I was younger than that. I started with small game. Not long after that, I began hunting waterfowl. Not long after that, I started learning how to striper fish on Lake Cumberland where I live, and I just had my 40th turkey season. I want to thank you and the men and women before you. Outside of my Lord and my family, this Commonwealth that we live in is truly a special place. And I just want to thank you. As much as you have to do and here on all fronts, I want a sportsman to tell you thank you for what you do. Thank you for serving. I can't say enough about the periodical that I get every month. Unfortunately, it's now called Kentucky Field because I still look for Happy Hunting Ground on the cover. That's just a little joke. I just wanted to say a personal thank you as a Kentuckian for what you do. One of the greatest impacts that I've seen this commission take in my time has been your creation of and support for what turned into the National Archery in Schools program. As you know, it started right here in Kentucky. I was a high school principal in 2003 when I began my involvement as a coach. Since then, I've been involved with NASP. Never saw this whole thing coming as it played out, but at the time, I knew it was good for boys and girls. So how have things gone since 2002? Well, since 2002, 24.7 million students have been safely introduced to the sport of archery. NASP is now in all 50 states in the United States, and we're in 62 total jurisdictions. We finally broke the 10,000 school barrier in our 62 jurisdictions. So how about some Kentucky numbers? Last year during the school year, 884 Kentucky schools reported teaching 128,621 Kentucky students the 11 steps for safe archery. They did that in an in-school curriculum during the day sometime. 32,500 plus experienced NASP after school. 16,701 students competed in some form of a tournament in Kentucky last year. And if your numbers are quick, and I know you all just did your budget, that means 16,000 kids shot after school and didn't participate in the tournament. Those 16,000 kids were interested enough in archery to stay after school to learn archery and not compete. That's 16,000 potential bow hunters, 16,000 potential somethings outdoors someday. Kentucky has 2,716 adults that we call basic archery instructors working in Kentucky schools. Kentucky hosts the largest state tournament in the world, in the United States, the 2025 Kentucky State NAS Tournament, and Commissioner Storm and many of his deputies and others attend that event. 7,607 students representing 395 Kentucky schools in bullseye. 2,295 student archers represented 151 schools in 3D. As the national president of the organization, I can't say enough about positives about Kentucky NAS coordinator Lisa Johnson, how she treats people, how she keeps pushing for kids to get to shoot, how she finds ways to get schools to reach new kids, new families in archery. She has always been and will continue to be one of the best advocates for kids that I personally know. She has 6 regional coordinators, all who've worked closely with our program for the past 15 years. From emails to texts and phone calls on the weekend, they work in all areas across Kentucky to keep schools engaged. You've got an unbelievable corps of conservation educators. They show up for your Kentucky State Tournament. They show up to help us set up for nationals. They represent the agency extremely well. R3 branch manager Rachel Kroon continues to provide tremendous leadership and support and advocacy towards the partnership between NASP and the agency. As I attend these national conservation and R3 meetings, I see Rachel there. I see her represent the agency. Yes, I am a fan because I think she represents and is a respected leader for Kentucky in the national circles. At our May 2025 Eastern National Tournament at the Kentucky Expo Center, NASP hosts the largest archery tournament in the world. This year we had over 15,000 students from all over the U.S. participate. This year at our event, Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, thanks to Commissioner Storm and leadership among the conservation officers, worked the front door at our tournament, and 45 to 46,000 people were first met and represented by an agency representative in our conservation officers. My personal thanks to Captain Travis Neal and Captain Jared Alley for their coordination and communication with me, as they not only were a professional face, but they kept folks safe. I can state in the support of the National Archery in Schools program, this agency is making a difference in the lives for kids. And when they put me in Kentucky ground, let me say that I'm proud of what we do for Kentucky kids and getting them a step closer to the outdoors. Kids know that this agency helps bring NASP to their school. Through your presence, through your conservation officers and staff at the tournaments, the wonderful demeanor that your state coordinator Lisa Johnson displays, and your entire agency staff, in my opinion, this agency is known to Kentucky kids for what you do in NASP. On behalf of NASP National Board of Directors and our staff, I just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be a part of what happens in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Thank you. Heartfelt thank you, gentlemen, for what you do for Kentucky kids.
I would just like to say to Tommy, I've been here for 7 years. That's what leadership looks like. That's servant leadership, and I couldn't be more proud to serve with Tommy, around Tommy. He has great attitude, great respect. Thank you for the shout out to a lot of people, but you're just an awesome guy, and thank you for all your good work.
God
and
bless
that's
you.
why Kentucky is in first place.
Yes, sir.
Because
Yes, sir, it is.
Great leadership.
I would also like to thank you, Tommy, because as a former NASP instructor myself, and my oldest son participated in the Louisville event on several occasions. I've always said it's one of the greatest things that we have done for our children in the schools. It is a wonderful program. I commend you for your hard work and thank you for your time.
God bless you. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Ben Robinson and Zach Danks with the Wild Turkey Survey and Research updates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Great to see all of you all. Mr. Danks is actually going to be delivering our presentation, but I just wanted to kick us off and say a few words before we get going. Nathan, if you don't care to switch over there. So, as you know, we've the Commission and the agency, we've launched several working groups lately, and I want to take a moment to introduce our latest working group, the Wild Turkey Working Group that we've launched, and we've had our first meeting. It was a very productive meeting, very good discussion. We'll probably hear a little bit more about some of that later when we get to a turkey item on the agenda. But I just wanted to run through the list of the folks that are on this group. This group is made up of department staff, commission members, and external folks that represent some turkey groups around the state. And these are in alphabetical order by name here, but I serve on the working group along with Mr. Dan Feigert, one of our assistant directors. We've got Mr. Derek Alkire from the National Wild Turkey Federation, Mr. Jason Lepardis with Turkeys for Tomorrow. We've got 2nd District Commission member, Mr. Jeff Raymer. We've got our Wild Turkey Program Biologist, Mr. Jimmy Woods. Our 5th District Commission member, Mr. Josh Cummins. We've got National Wild Turkey Federation Kentucky State Board President, Mr. Scott Davis. We've got our 9th District Commission member, Mr. Walter Robertson. And then our Turkey Program Coordinator sitting beside me, Mr. Zach Danks. So with that, Mr. Danks, I'll turn it over to you for the presentation.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, got it here, so. All right, good deal. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the chance to update you on turkeys real quick. I'll try to be brief. So I hope folks this summer have kept their eyes open and had a chance to observe what we see in this picture here, which is a hen turkey and actually at least 4 poults, maybe more. I know that several people had, because the information I'm about to present to you comes from our statewide annual brood survey that we do, been doing since 1984. Over 1,200 people submitted observations to that. So that is critical. So first off, major thanks to individuals, department staff, you all probably, that have submitted observations. It's a great example of citizen science helping us manage our turkey population. So this map is color-coded to show our main metric of productivity and recruitment for turkeys, and that's our poult per hen index. So a lot of you know 2 poults per hen is kind of considered break even. This year, 2025, we were fortunate to have really good production really across the state. The darker color is relatively the lowest, but you can see it wasn't bad in Western Kentucky. Central and Eastern Kentucky, though, had really good production, and that is due in large part to that bug up there in the upper right corner. That's periodical cicadas that emerge every 17 years. We saw this same phenomenon back in 2008. We actually saw the same phenomenon last year. So this is 2025 map here. Here's 2024 map. We saw the same phenomenon, but a different group of these cicadas. They were 13-year periodical cicadas that emerged in parts of Western Kentucky. And you can see that the map kind of flipped last year. So I'm just showing both years in contrast to show that we've been fortunate to have good hatches in parts of the state the last 2 years. So this has me really hopeful, optimistic for our turkey prospects for spring turkey harvest next year, 2026, because the birds produced last year in Western Kentucky will be vocal 2-year-old birds we can chase. And then the birds produced this year, we'll get to chase them in 2027. And so all things considered, we've had a real boon to the turkey population thanks to these bugs. So I did want to show this. This is a screenshot of a recent Kentucky Afield episode highlighting our turkey research out in western Kentucky. Thank you to our Kentucky Afield crew for what I think was a great episode. Miss Sarah Watkins there is pursuing her PhD at Tennessee Tech University, and Sarah is just a great turkey researcher. She's handled turkeys across the U.S. in her past experiences, so we were lucky to get her to study our turkeys. She's been running a crew of field technicians who have been tracking turkeys, like the hen in the lower right that's wearing a radio transmitter, peeking her head up over, trying to stay hidden. She did a really good job on this episode, and I encourage everybody to take a look, watch that if you haven't already. So I'm just showing a snippet of some of the findings that she's been able to accumulate after 3 field seasons. So she has pretty much another year she's going to spend crunching all these numbers and analyzing them, many different metrics about our turkey population. This is just one of many things that she summarized so far. This shows the timing of nesting activity in the state of Kentucky. So we know generally when that happens, but with the GPS transmitters on many turkeys over the last 3 years, she has been able to characterize the timing. And so we've got 3 years of data here, and you also see that gray vertical band. That's our spring turkey season. So one good thing is that clearly we are finishing our hunting and getting out of the woods when nesting is peaking. And as probably most of you know, turkeys will abandon their nest. So that's a good thing. We're getting out of the woods at the right time. And then if you back up 2 weeks from that peak, that's when turkeys are peaking in the initiation of their nest, when they start laying. And that's about, during turkey season. So we would not want to start our season any earlier, but it seems like we're timed pretty appropriately based on the data that we've been able to collect. So it's nice to have this finding to back up what we're already doing. Just another interesting tidbit from our research so far, we're tracking these turkeys over, Sarah is over hundreds and thousands of acres, and she's been able to estimate home ranges. This just shows in aggregate turkeys, basically this time of year, going into fall, birds are moving around a whole lot more. And you can see by the time spring rolls around, the home ranges are settling down. In the summer, it's pretty small. So these are just a highlight of some of the many findings that will be coming to light here in the next few years as she's able to get that research published. But it just goes to show that the turkeys you see today may not be around your place tomorrow. So it really takes many people working together to manage the landscape to benefit turkeys and quail and lots of other wildlife. Did want to highlight our turkey banding study. This is our second research project that's actually occurring across the entire state, not just in that Muhlenberg, Ohio County area, like the previous study. So this one, we have a game warden represented in that picture, opening the box up. So big shout out to our staff and all divisions who've been involved in one way or the other, from helping with the fun trapping on the ground, to helping us secure access to landowners to do this research on, to our information education staff that gets press releases out on it, and of course to the university researchers that have helped us analyze the numbers. So in 4 years of trapping, we've caught over 1,600 turkeys, which is tremendous, I think. Over almost 1,300 male turkeys, which has helped us estimate harvest rates and our impact on the turkey population. So again, just a tremendous effort by our staff. And this map, that's a pretty wide pattern if you're shooting a shotgun. That's not the pattern I'd want for a turkey, but it's a real good pattern when you're trying to catch turkeys across the state. Really good representation from west to east, and you'll see Tennessee's represented as well because this is a multi-state study. Our states are so similar geographically and in terms of our populations. It's pretty neat to be able to cooperate with them and work together. This is the number of birds that we've captured in Kentucky. I don't have the numbers for Tennessee, but this is what matters for us. Again, really proud of our staff and thankful to our landowners.
As far as the banding study goes, this is a big takeaway here. Yeah, I can't really get the pointer, but what I'm showing here is harvest rates and survival rates for jakes and gobblers, okay? So one good thing is that in Kentucky, like many states, as a turkey hunting culture, we've evolved to the point where we target longbeards. Not that many people are after jakes, and we have data to show that only about 6% of them get shot. They have a pretty high survival rate. Our gobbler harvest rate was a real point of interest for this study, and on average, we harvest about 28% of our gobblers across the state. And survival rate's about 56%. So going back to some research conducted in the 80s, that research suggested that you really don't want to harvest more than about 35% of your male bird population. If you do over time, then the age ratio will skew toward jakes. And I'm happy to report so far that in general we're below that threshold, and we do see some variation from region to region, as I'm showing here on this map. Slightly higher in the west, but really the differences are not statistically significant. So in general, we don't think our harvest rates are excessive. It provides really good opportunities for our hunters, and it's lower than some research found years ago by George Wright in parts of western Kentucky. He documented some much higher harvest rates. So because hunting is the #1 direct thing we can control as an agency, this research has been pretty foundational to help us understand this directly. So appreciate the Commission for supporting this research project over the last 4 years. And we do intend to continue trapping, to continue monitoring the pressure we're putting on the male population. Shifting gears here, I just wanted to show a snippet of the types of findings that we get from our annual postseason survey we do. We do this survey every year, and one of the things I look at is success rate. And we conduct a survey by ensuring that we've got representation by all the different license types, the folks that are able to turkey hunt. Across license types, we have about a 30% success rate, meaning you got at least one turkey. So that's pretty good. There's plenty of states that aren't that high. So pretty high, happy about that. And there's some variation among the different license types, but pretty strong in that regard. So really, that's all I have. I'm happy to take any questions, but hopefully that's insightful to you, and I really appreciate all the support that sportsmen across the state give us by providing us survey information and allowing us access and all those things. So it really is a team effort. So thank you.
Any questions from the Commission?
No questions, but I just appreciate the working group that's been put together and the representation on it. I think it's going to be pretty fantastic, and look forward to working with those organizations as well. So thanks for putting that together.
Thank you.
Yep.
I guess I do have a question. From this data and what you're seeing so far, are there any potential takeaways from you all as far as any shifts that are needed, necessary, where it be geographical or whatever?
Not at this time in terms of the regulations. There's nothing that it's telling us directly that, would have a whole lot of influence.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Zach. We appreciate your hard work and look forward to the progress that we make.
Great job, guys.
Yep. Next items up are action items. We need to approve the minutes from the May 21st, 2025 quarterly commission meeting.
Need a motion?
Need a motion and a second.
Make a motion.
Second. All in favor? Ayes have it. Next up for is voting on qualifying nonprofit organizations' applications for the 2026 Special Commission permits for black bear, deer, turkey, elk, and waterfowl for the fundraising to support projects in Kentucky, and this will be Staff Attorney Stephen Fields.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Morning.
As we do each year, the commission gets to award special commission permits to qualifying nonprofits. We had 13 applicants qualified this year. This is a special year because it is the first year we're going to be awarding black bear. And these awards will be awarded now, and they'll be for hunting seasons that occur in 2026. Before we vote, we would need to first determine how many of each type of permit you all want to award. So we need to get that set first. It's up to 10 for each permit type.
Do we do this in closed session?
No.
Okay. We need to look at, we did 10 last year.
You could do 10 for each type, or you can change that.
Yeah. Do 10 for each type across the board.
I'm in favor of that.
Yeah. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? So it'll be 10.
Then we just need to get the ballots out and get you all a vote.
All right, thank you.
No iPads this year?
No. No paper. I paid it. We should get flag. Yeah.
Oh, which district you are? I'm sorry. 8. Yes.
Was.
Okay. One on each page
Okay.
or what? Or we got 10, we can put 10 on each of them, right?
Could they hear me? Did we need a motion for that?
Is that what he's talking about? We can go 10 out of
You could vote 10 of each, yeah.
I need a motion to clarify. Our motion is to accept the 10 permits for all 4 types.
I'll make the motion, Chair. Oh,
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we do 10 permits for each species.
Okay.
Yeah.
and I'll second.
Second. Okay, you want to go ahead and do roll call on that?
Okay. District 1, aye. District 2, aye. District 3,
Aye.
District 4, aye. District 5,
Aye.
District 8,
Aye.
District 9. Aye. Ayes have it, Chairman. Motion passes.
Thank you. Ayes have it.
Chairman, me.
Go ahead.
I was informed that the mic didn't pick me up. Could I, while y'all are voting, do you mind if I
Go
just
ahead.
go through with that again?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to repeat for the folks that couldn't hear it, the mic didn't pick me up before. We had 13 organizations qualify for special commission permits this year. This is a special year because it is the first year that we're voting for black bear permits. The awards that are being issued today will be for 2026 hunting seasons. And the commission has voted to approve 10 permits for each type, and now we're conducting a vote. Thank you.
Everyone done?
Is this where we're gonna have update records, CWD? Are we gonna discuss that here? I thought it was gonna be on the agenda. It's an update. That's to expand the study, the scope study.
Everybody ready? Yes, sir. Mr. Fields.
All right, we'll gather up the votes and get a tally together, and then later in the meeting, we'll come back with the results. And the organizations that are awarded elk permits will also be assigning units later in the meeting as well. And just to recall, the elk hunting units, we'll have up to 2 for units 2 through 7. So we'll go through assigning 1 of each unit, and then for any remaining permits, we'll put all those numbers back in and draw for the last few. So there will be a few duplicates with the 10, but we'll do every unit will get assigned 1 permit at least, and then a few will be duplicates. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Next item up is request for commercial pontoon rental on Lake Bashir. Mr. Dave Greaves.
Morning, gentlemen. Have Assistant Director Jeff Ross with me. Jeff and local district biologist Adam Martin convened the meeting, the public meeting that was required for this action item at Pennyroyal State Park on December 3rd. So this action item is to address a request for a commercial pontoon boat rental business on Lake Bashir. And so regulation 301 KAR 1010 says that we must have the public meeting, we must accept written comments to approve a commercial facility on one of our state-owned lakes. And the department is to provide a recommendation to the commission, and then the commission is to vote on that action. And the regulation specifies that we shall make a recommendation for your final decision based on the following criteria. Public need for the facility, public support for the facility, if there's an existing facility of the same or similar type on the lake, if there's a suitable location on the lake for the requested facility, and the prior experience of the petitioner. Just for your knowledge, the petitioners, I understand, are in the audience, Mr. Corey and Kristen Merrill. And they are the petitioners for this rental business, if you have any questions for them. I was able to send you all the verbal comments that were transcribed from the public meeting that was held on September 3rd. And you all received that from me via email. I also sent you kind of an executive summary that Jeff prepared from that meeting. And I also sent you the copy of the redacted customer contract that they provided as well. And the Merrills also provided a description of their business that you received based on a few questions that we asked to help inform you all on that business. And then the public comment period was a 30-day public comment period that ended actually on the 17th. And so you all received the 36 written comments that we received via email just yesterday. And so, Mr. Chair, as it pleases you, I can read through the different, our just simply our recommendation, or we can talk about how we address those 5 criteria.
Just go ahead and explain the department's position.
Okay. So we made a recommendation that the pontoon boat rental business be approved with limitations that it only rents pontoon boats and with a maximum of up to 6 rental pontoon boats in the fleet. So the public comment the public comments were about 2 to 1 in favor of this business. And you know, we have a few comments on each of those criteria if you want to hear those, but otherwise that's the recommendation.
Thank you.
Was it limited to 24-foot max length on the boats?
The regulation, do we have that regulation address that?
Yeah, it's stated in the regulation for Bashir, Malone, and Gist, but I'm
not sure exactly what the length is, but there is a regulation we think for the length of pontoon boats that exists for a suite of lakes, which includes Lake Bashir, we think.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make the motion. We go ahead and vote on this.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the commercial pontoon rental on Lake Bashir by All Aboard Boat Rentals LLC, DBA All Aboard Pontoon Rentals. I have a motion and I need a second.
A motion with the limitations in the department's recommendation, correct? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, that'd be the motion.
So the department's recommendation and limitations.
And I should add that sorry to interrupt.
You're fine.
But the department will have a legal agreement with the entity, the owners, after this vote, and that the language from your vote will be incorporated into the legal agreement.
Do you second? Yeah, I'll second.
Roll call.
First district, aye. Second district,
Aye.
third district,
Aye.
fourth district,
Aye.
fifth district,
Aye.
eighth district,
Aye.
ninth district. Motion carries. Chairman.
The ayes have it, and it's 30 feet is on the reg.
30
30
feet.
feet on.
Gotcha.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Director Drees, Adam. Next up is the Mississippi State University Deer Scrape Study into Breckenridge County CWD Surveillance Zone by Director Ben Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this item is a request by the Commission to approve the expansion of an ongoing research project that we have in place now. The Commission, as you're aware, previously approved a similar research project out in West Kentucky around the Ballard County positive CWD detection. And we're looking to expand this. And essentially what it is, we have staff that go out and collect, they locate ground scrapes made by deer and the licking branches, collect samples, dirt samples, licking branch samples from these scrapes, and then run those through testing, and that can detect presence or absence of CWD prions on the landscape. And it's a good monitoring tool. I do want to point out, we would never make regulatory recommendations or changes based on findings from this. It's purely just a tool for us to help hone in on monitoring efforts, know where we need to focus a little bit heavier on surveillance and monitoring. Been doing that in, again, West Kentucky around Ballard County, requesting to expand that over into Breckinridge County, where we had a positive detection within, or positive detections within a CWD, within a captive servant facility. And just a quick update on that, as I think everyone's well aware now, that facility has since been depopulated in Breckinridge County. Those deer were sampled and tested, and there were 8 additional positive deer within that facility. So again, another reason why we want to focus in on this area, just to make sure that hopefully the CWD was contained within the facility and not outside of the fence in our wild deer herd. This is a tool to help us get a handle on that.
Do I have any questions for Director Robinson?
Just further comment, I know we have limited scope and control over that because it falls under Department of Ag, but I know that we're continuing to work together, and from my understanding, from after that depopulation event occurred, I think I understand this correctly, but I want to make sure I'm getting it from the proper source, that the owner of that farm committed to keeping the fencing in place for a certain number of years, if I remember correctly, right?
That's correct. He was a good operator to work with, agreed to a period of time, I believe 5 years, to keep that fence in place. They don't always have to do that. That's not a requirement, but again, being a good operator, he did that, which is great. So that fence will stay up and limit contact between wild deer and that facility.
So are we trying to expand this study to be in close proximity to that facility?
That is correct,
okay.
Yes. And one thing I left out, no cost. We're not asking for funding on this. The only cost associated would be just staff time that go out and collect the samples.
Ben, is this study going to conduct inside and outside the fence?
Oh, this would just be outside, scrapes outside the fence. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you have any findings from scrapes in Western Kentucky that you could update us on as well?
We do, and I don't have the specifics. I will say that we have found prions in scrapes, around that positive detection, which was to be expected. When you have a wild deer on the landscape, you would expect you would probably find some. So again, we made no regulatory changes or recommendations based on those findings. Just a good tool to help us hone in and know that we need to continue focusing, monitoring, and surveillance around that area.
I just want to add, and I know, again, we have limited control over the communication because that falls to the Department of Ag, but I did want to share that I've had expressed a lot of frustration over a lack of communication around that information as far as like the number of deer in the facility, positives. We know there are 8 more positives, which gives us 9 total in that facility. So if there's any more information that we can get the Department of Ag to communicate so that we can share that information just for situational awareness, it would be most helpful.
Absolutely.
Does everybody know how long those deer were there that tested positive? And did any get sold somewhere else? Is the Department of Ag or us tracking any of the deer that come out of that facility, I guess?
Yes.
Is my question.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, Dr. Casey was unable to attend this morning. She has all of the specifics, and we can update you on that when we get those from her. She knows the length of time those deer were in there. I can't tell you offhand. But yes, the Department of Ag, that's one of their responsibilities, is the trace in, trace outs of any deer that leaves the facility. And when those deer go to another facility and then they die or are harvested, then they're tested as well.
Yeah, and I think that's the point. The sportsmen and women feel like they're not getting the information, and maybe it's because of the administrative divide here of who has responsibility over it. But anything that we can do to further communicate, this information to our hunting population, it would be much appreciated.
Absolutely.
Any more questions or comments? I need a motion and second to expand the Mississippi State University Deer Scrape Study into Breckinridge County CWD surveillance zone. I need a motion.
Make a motion.
Yeah.
And I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
District 1, aye. District 2?
Aye.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
Aye.
District 8? Aye. District 9? Aye. Motion carries, Chairman.
Okay, Ben, we'd like to lump these next two in.
Yes, sir.
So go ahead and.
Okay. Would you just like me to read through
Yes.
for the record?
Yes,
sir.
for the record. Thank you.
Okay. First is to a proposal to adjust bag limits for river otter and bobcat, which would amend 301 KAR 2251, hunting and trapping seasons, and limits for fur bearers. The Wildlife Division proposes to increase the river otter bag limit to the following: 15 per season, only 10 of which can be taken from Otter Zone 2. The Wildlife Division proposes to increase the bobcat bag limit to the following: 10 per season, only 3 of which shall be taken with a gun or by hunting. Next is a proposal to establish a permit for rabbit hunting enclosures, which would amend several regulations, and I'll go through each. First being 301 KAR 2041, shooting areas, dog training areas, commercial foxhound training enclosures, and bobwhite shoot to train season. This would establish requirements for acreage, fencing, and containment, establish requirements for animal holding and treatment, quarantine procedures, and disease reporting and testing. It would establish requirements for permits, inspections, record keeping and reporting, possession of wildlife, and create definitions for rabbit training enclosure permits, and would expand revocation and denial sections for standardization across permits, define species allowed in shooting areas, and standardize the naming of shooting area between two different regs, KAR 2041 and KAR 5022. Standardized shooting area permit transfer requirements. This would amend 301 KAR 2081, transportation and holding of live native wildlife, to establish requirements for permitting, possession, and transfer of native rabbits to rabbit training enclosures. This would amend 301 KAR 5022, license tag and permit fees, by creating a rabbit training enclosure permit for $25, and standardized naming of shooting area between 301 KAR 2041 and KAR 5022. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Ben, do I have any questions or comment? Jeff?
No, I'm good with it.
You're good?
What was, I'm drawing a blank on, what was the bobcat limit taken by gun or hunting before, or what is it stated now?
Yeah, so currently bobcat is 5 total, with no more than 3 with a gun.
Okay.
And river otter is 10 total, no more than 6 from zone 2.
I'd like to make a public comment. In the future, I would like to see us look at that 10 bobcats per season, to maybe look at doing 10 anyway trapping or hunting. So just to know, we'll look at, see how this does. Just a comment. No. So.
Oh, go ahead. No, go
I'm
ahead.
kind of on that same page, but I want to see what we do
Yeah,
with this.
see what we do. Go ahead, Matt.
Question on the otter bag limits, is that per person or per zone?
It would be per person. So yeah, you get 10 per season, or I'm sorry, 15 per season, unless you're in that zone 2 county, and then, or counties, and then you'd be limited.
Okay.
Okay.
No, we're ready for a motion.
Ready for a motion?
Just one further comment.
Okay,
I
Matt,
know
go
we,
ahead.
we've had some pushback. There are some individuals out there that don't believe in harvesting any animals, but I think people need to understand that we're following science and evidence to base these numbers on, and we're looking at populations of these animals in the different landscape across the Commonwealth. It's not just increasing the numbers to kill more, we're harvesting based on science and evidence, so.
Do you have any data on, like, all right, how many people are taking 3 bobcats by gun or hunting? I think that's a question I don't know the answer to.
We do. The trouble with bobcats, and I don't want to go down a long road of discussion right now, but we are limited on the data that we have right now, just based on 2 samples that are required to get really good, solid numbers and whatnot. So I think right now this proposal is a good conservative approach, and then we can reevaluate it as we go forward.
Okay, I'll need a motion and a second to adjust the bag limits for river otter, and bobcats.
I make a motion that we accept these amendments to the otter bobcat.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please. Commissioner Smith.
District 1, aye. District 2, aye. District 3,
Aye.
District 4, aye. District 5,
Aye.
District 8, aye. District 9, aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. Ben?
Mr. Chairman, next would be a vote on the rabbit hunting enclosures.
Okay. I need a motion and a second for the rabbit hunting enclosures.
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please, Commissioner Smith.
District 1, aye. District 2, aye. District 3,
Aye.
District 4, aye. District 5,
Aye.
District 8, aye. District 9, aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, thank you, Ben. Next on the agenda is modified Chapter 6 regulations to comply with comport the United States Coast Guard amendments and NASBLA recommendations. Colonel Query.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, good morning to you all. Coming to you today requesting your approval to modify Chapter 6 regulations to comply and comport with the United States Coast Guard amendments as well as our NASBLA recommendations. The first one is to amend 301 KAR 6001 to include the following definitions, which would be law enforcement vessel, public safety vessel, engine cutoff switch link, engine cutoff switch, and wireless cutoff system, and to incorporate other definitions included in Chapter 6 regulations. Next will be to amend 301 KR 6020, boating safety equipment, to add a section regarding the engine cutoff switch requirements. Also to amend 301 KR 6030, water safety requirements, to include Section 2, subsection 4, to include wording United States Coast Guard approved. And lastly, add Section 6 to include language regarding enforcement of public safety vessel operations distance passage for the move over law requirements.
Do you have any questions, comments?
Is there any exception or variance on like age for cutoff switch or?
There would not be. There is no exceptions, but it would have to be equipped with the switch from the manufacturer for it to be a requirement for your particular vessel.
So if you've got a boat motor that doesn't have one, you don't have to install it?
That would be correct. It has to be equipped on the boat motor.
Any further questions, comments? I'll need a motion and a second to modify Chapter 6 regulations to comply and comport the United States Coast Guard amendments and NASBLA recommendations. Do I have a motion and a second?
Make the motion. I'll second. Who made the motion?
Roll call vote, please.
Who made the motion?
Fred.
He seconded.
Greg second.
Commissioner Shortridge made the motion, Commissioner Cecil seconded.
Gotcha. District 1, aye. District 2, aye. District 3,
Aye.
District 4, aye. District 5,
Aye.
District 8, aye. District 9, aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, Colonel Corey. Thank you. Okay. Everybody good with continuing, or would anyone like a break?
I think I can make it.
Good. Everybody? Good. Okay. We're going to go into this discussion items of the agenda. We have, looks like Colonel McQuarrie still here, and Director Drees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the continued discussion on creating definitions and regulations to define the water bodies and the areas of some water bodies where wake sports will be allowed. So we've been having this discussion. There's tabled and moved back to discussion after we wanted to do some more research and information gathering. We've gotten a lot of comments from the public on this one. And so what we're proposing to do is define wake boat and define wake sports. And those would be in 301 KAR 6001, which happens to be the same definitions chapter that the previous action item was in. The regulations to regulate wake sports that we're proposing would be in 301 KAR 6:030. And so what we've done is we have taken some public comment. I've gotten some comment from, I had my district biologist send these proposals to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and other regulating authorities for the different water bodies that are under proposal to get their comments. We did hear back from most of them. Some of them that we haven't got a response yet, but generally the Corps is supportive of these, and certainly they're not against these of any response that we've had. And the other regulating authorities, there's a few that aren't Corps lakes, but so far everybody is on board with this, and they basically acknowledge that there is some complaints that they're receiving on wake sports. So what we have here is a wake boat could be defined as a motorboat that has one or more ballast tanks, ballast bags, or other devices or design features used to increase the size of the motorboat's wake. Wake sports could be defined as operating a wake boat with ballast tanks, bags, or other devices or design features engaged to increase the size of the boat's wake, or using a surfboard, wakeboard, hydrofoil, or similar device to ride on the wake. Okay. And so through the commenting that we've had, I did get some commenting from both the public and from the Corps of Engineers that we need to write this definition to cover vessels engaged in wake sports but aren't actually having a wakeboarder engaged in the sport. So basically they said, could we write this definition that would not allow wake sports, or not allowed to have the design features engaged on the boat when they're not actually doing the sport. So don't travel from one end of the lake to the other with your ballast full, creating a big wake when there's nobody that's actually engaged in the activity. So that would be one thing that we would want to add into this definition. And so I had a chance to spoke with Chairman Mead and a few of you so far, but there's no regulatory requirements in the definitions that we're proposing. It's just setting the stage for the regulations. And it would be advantageous from our standpoint with getting regulations filed if we could file the definitions for this reg as an action item at this meeting, and then it would go and it could be written into the definitions and filed next month with the Colonel's definitions that you just approved. We're not asking to move the regulatory part of this regulation, which is 6030, until we keep it on the same process, that it would be a discussion item now and an action item in December, just for the regulatory language that would actually regulate wake sporting. So in a nutshell, passing the definitions now would be really helpful, and it doesn't do anything to put a regulation in place for wake sporting. It just sets the stage. So
so all this still has to go through LRC, correct?
Excuse me?
All this still has to go through LRC,
yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir. And so the actual regulation language in 6030 would be an action item in December. Probably it'd be 6 to 9 months, so it would be before it'd be final through LRC. So this really, the regulation of wake sports activity wouldn't be approved until, and in a guide until 27. But, so the request would be to, and I can talk more about the proposal for the regulatory language as a discussion item, but the ask would be if we could move these two definitions to an action item.
And the two definitions are the wake boat and wake sports. That's
Yes.
what you want to define.
Yes.
Would that include the ballast? Because my complaints have only been, we can't use the wake boat. Yes, you can use a wake boat on any lake, but you just can't fill the ballast.
Exactly.
To create the
You
waves.
can't fill the ballast or use whatever design features may have to
Just
increase your weight.
Wake, yeah.
So it's not outlawing the boat, it's outlawing basically the activity.
The wake, yeah.
And I can go through the rest just to get it on the record before we separate that if it's your pleasure. Basically, we're proposing that wake sports will only be permitted at least 300 feet from shore on all sides, and at least 300 feet from a commercial dock, moorage harbor. And I also had comments that we should include private docks and floating structures in that as well. So 300 feet from basically anything where it could damage. And we would create a list of lakes and rivers where wake sports activities would be permitted, and wake sports would be prohibited elsewhere if it's not on that list. And wake sport users shall drain the ballast tanks of their boats to the fullest extent practicable upon leaving a body of water and before leaving the ramp area. And then here's this part about when not engaged in wake sports, the vessel should not operate with ballast tanks, bags, or other devices engaged to increase the size of the boat's weight. And then just to have the list of the bodies of water on record, we would have the Ohio and Mississippi rivers and 16 reservoirs where this activity would be allowed. And what's different from in the past, we have no maps and no zones. So it basically, if it's either allowed on this water body or it's not. And the water bodies are Kentucky Lake, Lake Cumberland, Lake Barkley, Barren River Lake, Green River Lake, Cave Run Lake, Dale Hollow Lake, Laurel River Lake, Nolan River Lake, Rough River Lake, Taylorsville Lake, Harrington Lake, Yatesville Lake, Dewey Lake, Lake Bashir, and Lake Linville. And then all other water bodies not on that list, it would not be allowed.
Just to clarify on you. So we would allow the wake boats on the lake when they weren't engaged in, because that was several calls that I had on that.
Yes.
Yeah. And on the 300-foot distance on a no wake zone, like the buoys are so far out from marinas, so they have to be 300 foot from the edge of that no wake zone out, or they can be right against.
They would be able to be against the buoy as long as those buoys were 300 feet from.
Okay. So they'd still be able to cast their waves into the marinas even if they were at the edge.
As it's written currently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess what the Colonel's saying, I guess it would kind of be, it's 300 feet from the dock or the buoy, whichever is least, I guess. So you could go up to the buoy if it was 300 feet from the dock, right? But if it wasn't, if the buoy was 200 feet from the dock, you'd have to stop 100 feet short of the buoy.
Because you may have some buoys that are not truly 300 feet from the dock. So let's say it was 200 feet from the dock, you still have to operate, perform wake sports 100 feet from that buoy.
Yeah, that's what's the standard on most of the buoys being away from the marinas?
I can't answer that for certain. What we experience a lot of times is they may or may not be 300 feet, but rise and fall of water that just moves them in. Could move them out, but it could move them in, so we want to add this footage in there to take place.
I'd like to watch that pretty close. I mean, because some of the, you don't have a lot of marinas on these lakes anyway. There may be a couple, 2 or 3 at the most of the time. And I just wonder what that wave's doing to the boats that are in the marinas, and the marinas themselves, actually. So, and the other thing that I want to go over is I would like to remove 2 of these lakes off the list. Lake Bashir, I feel it's just too small a lake and too shallow. And Rough River Lake, especially since it's been drawn down for work on the dam.
What was the second one, Jeff?
Rough.
He said Rough River.
Rough River, yeah, and Lake Bashir.
I should also mention that we had several comments about there's boats that aren't quote-unquote wake boats, like they don't have ballast tanks or whatever, but they could do things like fill their bilge with water and still create a wake and have somebody surf on it. So we would want to write this, and we can certainly do that with the definitions, that it would encompass all boats that we're trying to make a wake for wake sports.
Right.
And so we could write it that way.
These 2 lakes are not in my district, but they're very close. They're actually, one of them's in Greg's, and the other one, I think, Rough River, and Bashir's and Jay's. But, I mean, and they can object to that if they want to, but I think, I'm on these lakes.
I'd like to make a comment about Lake Bashir. After talking with Adam Martin and the first district, the other states have, when they've proposed regulations on wake boats, they've encompassed a median depth factor. And if you look at the map that Adam has shown with me, our current proposal, not taking into median depth, gives that lake a very small area to participate in. That lake's also, as the city of Dawson Springs pulls water out of that lake, and there's some question about actually being able to swim in that lake. But you shared that with me, Director?
Yeah, you're not supposed to swim in state-owned lakes.
Okay. So with that in consideration, I would like to see Lake Bashir removed from the wake boat on that note, following the, I guess, ecological precedents there.
And then follow up that, I know you all have shared this before, but remind us again, what's the minimum criteria for selecting a lake that would be eligible for wake sport?
Well, it really boiled down to looking at the lake size, and when we were first trying to decide, okay, what's 300 feet from shore, and we made maps that had 300 feet from shore or 300 feet from harbors and docks and whatnot, and then looked at the area that left, and then we also had district biologists and wardens comment on what they thought was safe and doable. And so when we got down to these small lakes, it's not just based on acreage, because like Lake Linville is a fairly small shape, but it's more of a bowl shape. So it had a wider area that allowed, be 300 feet from shore than a narrow lake like a Paintsville Lake, which we removed from the list because it is so narrow that there was almost, just a very limited area where the activity would be allowed. And so that's kind of the criteria that we used. Some states have used, especially up north, have used depth, as Commission Member Smith was alluding to, below 20-foot depth, these wakes can really scour the bottom, resuspend sediments. That's resuspends nutrients that can cause algal blooms that can tear up the native aquatic vegetation, which, you would be more of a concern in a shallow northern lake where the bottom, you could be, 1,000 feet from shore and still be in 10 feet of water. Around here, we didn't, just for ease, we didn't decide to make any requirement about depth, but that certainly is a consideration. A lot of comments are about erosion, and that 300 feet is designed to keep them far enough off the bank that hopefully that wave can dissipate enough that it is at least not as detrimental to the shore and to, we got a lot of comments on Rough about breaking docks, and people, have to sit down on their dock when a wake boat goes by just, not get knocked off their feet, kind of stuff like that.
Yeah, and one last point, I've mentioned this a couple of times, because when you get into applying, enforcement of regulations, if you have ambiguity, it's hard to enforce those. And you all have said there's really not a good fix for this, but I'm just wondering, and this may be a silly point to make, but is there any way to geofence, and like if we have a third-party app, that they could have it on their phone as to where those zones are? I mean, if you go out and play golf, you know when you get too close to the green up there, and I don't know if it's because it's a landmass, but you get a beep that says don't go any further, and if they had an app on their phone, maybe that could show them, and they could know specifically what areas they're in. I don't know if that's a possibility. I'm just throwing it out there for consideration. So, thank you.
Certainly, technology is there, and it's coming, and I'm sure the Colonel knows and can speak to the enforcement challenges. When we were proposing the maps, I think it's pretty standard to be able to have a mapping unit on almost all boats that you could have maps, but there's a lot of comments from people that says not everybody has a GPS unit on their boat that would display the map. Right. So,
but everybody has a phone. Just about everybody, I should say.
I guess the main comment that I received, and maybe others did as well, is a question on how we are defining wake boat. There's people that were questioning the definition of how we're going to do that. So I think that definition has got to be well thought out and well written for sure. And then the other question, which we've already mentioned that definition, but the other question was, why does Tennessee do 200 feet or 300 feet? I know that I had a lot of questions like, why 300 feet when these other states are doing 200 feet? Does the science support 300 over 200? I think that's a good question to ask. Based on the public comment that I got.
It is a good question, and I can't recall either if Tennessee is a 200 or 300 foot, has those regulations. But the reason we went with 300 feet, we did look at other states. But when you talk about the enforcement side of this, in general, we all kind of have a working idea of how long a football field is, or what 100 yards looks like. So in comparison to 300 feet, as mentioned, it is going to be tough to enforce. I think I said in our last meeting that we're looking for egregious offenders for the most part because it is difficult. It needs to be obvious to us. So that's more so why we landed on the 300 feet, so we can compare it to that 100 yards, not just for the law enforcement officers, but for the public as well. They're out there recreating, so they have a general idea, because it's going to be tough for them as well.
I looked up Tennessee, yesterday, and it is 200 feet. And so the question for me and from other public comment is, why would we be 300 when other states are doing 200? And does the science support, if the wake can dissipate in 100 feet and we give 200 feet, is that enough according to erosion, those other things? Yeah. I
have a stat here from a study that said a wake boat wave, and you can take it for what it's worth because we know that all boats are different, but the stat they printed was wake boat wave starting at 500 feet from shore. It needs to be 500 feet from shore to equal a wave from other boats starting at 200 feet from shore.
Okay.
And so that was just some of the information that I found when I was researching this online. Waves are 2 to 3 times larger than regular boats and contain much more energy and power.
Dave, do you care to cite that source? Do you care to cite that source for?
I don't have I just made a cheat sheet, so I don't have the source. I think this was from the University of Minnesota study.
Okay.
But I didn't bring all my, backstory.
It's all right.
But we can certainly look. There's been a University of Minnesota study that's been in the news even within the last few months. It was in the news here recently. And so I think we can find that, and I'm pretty sure that's where it came from.
300 feet is really not that far. I got an archery range in my backyard, and I regularly shoot at 100 yards. So it's not that great a distance for a 4-foot wave or a 3-foot wave to get down to size.
The 100 feet of difference from 200 to 200, 300. Well, that's 5 bass boat lengths roughly. Everybody can reference a 300 feet as a football field. I mean, how many times do you hear somebody say, well, it's about a football field, or use that comparison?
And one thing that this will set, it'll set boundaries and places where they can operate wake boats. And if they're in a restrictive wake boat area, that's just real easy.
And I got positive calls from wake boat people, that they were fine with the 300 foot. There was a few of them that objected to it and also cited the 200 foot, but I had several from around Barron River Lake that were fine with it. They said they wouldn't operate inside that anyway. They had no need to.
Any further questions on
what's being asked now? We need a motion. If we need a motion to move this to action item for vote, you don't want to move the definition there yet? No. Okay.
That would be my ask, is that if we could move the definitions to action, to save the regulatory language in 6030 for action at the next meeting.
How similar are our definitions to the other states that have enacted restrictions on
The definitions that I have written on the page were really close to what Vermont has, so I took them from Vermont. The only caveat, again, is I would want to alter this definition a little bit so that wake sports will include covering any vessels that are trying to have the ballast engaged, but they're not actually doing the sport. We would want to have that addressed, and so when I define wake sports, it could be in that part of that definition, and then the clause that says you can't do it will be in 6030. You can't drive up and down the lake with ballast engaged if you're not having someone surf.
I guess my only struggle with moving into action is we don't have a definition in front of us. You know what I'm saying? That'd be my only struggle.
We'll have the definition on the action vote. They'll have it prepared.
We're moving this to action today.
No.
Correct?
No.
That's what we're requesting.
That's what's being proposed.
Okay.
That's what it's actually.
And I'll say the definitions here are close to what we would want to do. We're reluctant to have the exact definition for the action item in many cases because there's nuances to how we write the definitions. Sometimes we get back and realize that exactly the way it's wording is not the way that would comport with what we need to do. And so hopefully this is like basically an outline of what the definition would be. And if we would commit to you all that we're not trying to hoodoo anybody, but we're providing the language of the rough definition that we would write to do this regulation.
And the purpose we want to move it to an action item right now is to get it to LRC faster?
Because the Colonel you just passed some definitions in the same chapter with the last action item that you passed.
So we want to send all that together.
We want to send that together. And again, there's no teeth to enforcing wake boats with just having definitions on the record. And that's why we're not usurping the three-step process by having the definitions go as an action now, and then the language that would actually regulate the activity will be at the next meeting as an action item.
But it still has to get through LRC, and they could modify that too, correct?
Exactly, yes.
I guess, could you read that definition again?
Sure. So, wake boat would be defined as a motorboat that has one or more ballast tanks, ballast bags, or other devices or design features used to increase the size of the motorboat's wake. And so, the wake sport could be defined such as operating a wake boat with ballast tanks, bags, or other devices or design features engaged to increase the size of the boat's wake. Using a surfboard, wakeboard, hydrofoil, or similar device to ride on or in the wake, directly behind a boat with a rope or without a rope, when the wake boat has these ballast tanks, bags, or other devices engaged. So the definition would just need to be broad enough where it could include other boats that's not specifically designed as a wake boat.
That was my biggest question, is because I've had a lot of people reach out, like, it is a struggle to define wake boat. We need to include those other boats that also do this similar thing.
Right, so that's kind of the leeway we're looking towards, and you know, in total transparency, we are saying that we're gonna try to write it where it include all boats that are trying to create a big wake, purposefully to do the activity. Is that, hopefully that makes sense.
I would caution though, exact language, it just does not work. We'll end up being at the same place here again because something invariably would be changed with the LRC. And so if you approve it, you approve it in concept.
Yeah.
But if you're not ready to approve it, then
Makes sense. I just
we
wanted to clarify
And
that
it would,
point.
it would
that
be my
Paul
belief that
brought
we're
up.
fairly close with the language of or other devices or design features engaged. I mean, one could probably argue that if you, for some reason, were to feel the bilge, that's already there. It's a design feature there that's engaged, but I think we are pretty close.
That makes sense, yeah.
I need a motion to define for 301 KER Chapter 6, define wake boat and wake sports.
First, we need a motion to move it to an action item,
That's
correct?
what I said. Move it to an action item.
I'll make a motion to move it to an action item.
We have a motion. We have a second.
I second it.
Ready for a roll call vote?
Roll call.
District 1, aye. District 2?
Aye.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
Aye.
District 8? Aye. District 9? Aye. Motion carries.
The ayes have it.
Ayes have it.
Now we need to act on it. So we need a motion to
To approve the definitions.
approve it as an action item.
So we need to approve those definitions you just gave us.
The general framework, not a
Okay.
specific
Okay.
definition, but the general framework.
I need a motion and a second to accept the definition of wake boat and wake boat sports from the department.
I make a motion, we accept it as a wake boat.
Second motion.
Roll call, please.
Hold on, with the change that DeVries is asking, correct? There's a modification you want to make about boats that are not, right? That do
Yes.
not have a ballast tank.
Yes.
So
As
we
long
need
as
to
you're
include
approving that
that
as a
in our action.
concept, yes, sir.
We're approving the concept that it's
Yeah.
going to include other boats
Yes.
that have design features.
We do have a second.
Did you say, who seconded it?
Walter.
Commissioner Robinson.
Roll call, please, Jeff.
District 1, aye. District 2? Aye. District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
Aye.
District 8? Aye. District 9? Aye. Motion carries. Ayes have it.
Next item is modification regulations controlling land and water use at Department Lakes. Okay. We'd like to take a 5-minute recess. Everybody in favor?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll second that. I need to warm up.
Colonel, Dave, if you just hold up for just 1 second. Yeah. We're going to gavel back in. We have some business to take care of real fast. We have a tie for the 2026-27 special commission permits for the waterfowl, I'm sorry. And there was a tie between the National Deer Association and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. And I'll need a roll call vote for the commission to either vote one or the other.
Okay.
Do I need a motion on that?
What I might suggest is just write down individually, if you would. We've got the National Deer Association or the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. It may require everybody to vote depending on numbers. If you would just write down which one for the waterfowl permit you would select, and then might request. That's fine.
Yeah. Do we need a motion or anything?
No.
Okay.
So select between one of those two.
Make sure you go on the waterfowl page.
We're just circling it, right? The last page, there's a tie between Rocky Mountain and National Deer. Circle which one that you want for your waterfowl.
Just give those back to you. Just hand those back to Kelsey.
You want to circle the one we're selecting?
See, between 7 and 9, circle one of them.
Okay. Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Director Greaves. We're still in the amend portion of the 301 KDFWR 6030 waterway safety requirements. Do we have any questions or comments on this section of the discussion item?
Yeah, I'd just like to hear maybe Dave's point of view on the two lakes that Jay and Jeff wanted to remove from the list, to get your perspective on that.
Yes, sir. Lake Bashir, when we were mapping it out with zones, there was a very limited area where you could do it, that it was 300 feet from shore. It's about a 780 acre lake or so. Because of the riverine nature of that lake, there's just a kind of a middle portion of the lake where you're 300 feet from shore on all sides. It's a state-owned lake that's, some could argue that state-owned lakes are primarily for fishing and not boating recreation, but, we do allow boating activities. There is water skiing on the reservoir as well. So, but certainly, these are tough calls. But I think that Lake Bashir, if you're going to exclude one, that was right on the cusp of one that, we could exclude. The wardens provided some comments on Lake Bashir, and as my recollection is that they didn't say it shouldn't happen, but there certainly was a limit area. One of the areas was there's an island on Lake Bashir, and because of sight lines, boats coming out from behind an island and stuff, there's some hazard there. But again, it's a tough call. And I will say that we got, you all saw the public comments on Rough River Lake. I know that it was, it must have been on some Facebook post, but obviously that prompt, a lot of people decided to respond. So there was 80 comments, and I didn't do a rundown, but you all have them as well. I don't know, what was it, 5 or 6 to 1 that were against. There were a lot of people that were against wake sports on Rough River Lake. So again, another tough call. It's certainly a larger lake, but it's a riverine reservoir, and so that makes it challenging. It's a riverine reservoir with a lot of rock walls, And so you get narrow spots where people are wakeboarding, and those waves are bouncing back between, the walls, and apparently there's more docks on there than what I knew. And so there was a lot of people that were commenting about having to do maintenance on their docks all the time. But again, another tough call for you all.
How large is that section on Rough River Lake? Is it pretty large? It's 300 feet or not?
There is much more acreage. I didn't bring that part with me. I do have my computer and I can look that up. But as I recall, the thing about Rough that's a little unusual is that there's like a section that's wide enough, and then it gets narrow again, and then it gets wide again. So it's not like you can go to the dam area and then there's a big long area until you can't. It's like disjunct areas where it's, where you couldn't. Yeah. So that's a challenge as well. Because we're not producing maps, then it's up to the individuals to know, okay, I'm going into the neck down area and I'm 300 feet from there, or I'm not 300 feet from either shore, then I need to stop.
Because I guess my question becomes, if we define it as 300 feet and those lakes meet that requirement, I find it hard for us just to kick them out based on the definition and the requirement that we're putting in place. That's my struggle with excluding those two lakes. So.
I will say that there were some other lakes that, like Paintsville, and I use that as another example. There is a 300-foot section on the backside of the island and a little bit in front of the island. But, in front of the island, there's the fishing boardwalk and the marina. So nobody wants that to be an area. And then it was limited to just behind the island, which it was a pretty small area. So I'm not saying that some of the ones that we've already excluded don't also meet the definition, but the wardens or biologists that know the lake said, this is Fish Trap Lake is another one. It's wide enough in a lot of places, but everybody by consensus kind of thought that it was too dangerous because of how much floating debris there is on the lake and a large part of it being narrow.
Any other questions or comments on this section? Okay, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. I'll need a motion and a second to exclude Rough River and Lake Bashir from the waterway safety requirements proposal.
I'll make the motion.
Is this a discussion item, right? So we can entertain that or not for next time, right?
Yes, but we're going to go ahead and turn it into an action item. So we'll vote to turn it into an action item now. So I'll need a motion in a second to take this 301 KR 6030 to a action item. Do I have a
at the next meeting, sir?
Meeting, yes.
Oh, at the next meeting. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Next meeting, okay.
Well, I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
District 1, aye. District 2, aye. District 3?
For clarification, we're voting to move it to an action item for next meeting.
Yes, for the December meeting.
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
All right, further clarification. Are we excluding the two lakes?
No, right now. This is just an action item.
To move it to action.
To move.
Then I'm an aye, yes.
Yeah.
You're an aye?
Yep.
Okay. District 8? Aye. District 9? Aye. Okay.
Okay. Ayes have it. Now we're going to go into an action item to remove Lake Bashir and Rough River from the lakes where water safety requirements are required. Is that correct, Commissioner?
How can we have an action item?
We're removing Lake Bashir and Rough River. That's what the department requested we do, so there's no confusion
Wouldn't be an
next
action
time.
item though, right? I mean, we can collectively decide whether we want those two lakes in there, correct? But it's not an action item.
I have no problem doing it at the next meeting. It's gonna be 27 before we
It goes in, yeah.
into effect anyway. Well, we can discuss it at the next meeting.
Okay, the department just asked that we clarify that today, so that's fine with me too. It's not a problem with me.
Yeah,
So we'll move on. Thank you, Director Reese. Modification of regulations controlling land and water use and department lakes.
Sir, I would just ask that we table this item. We have our working group that is continuing to work on the rewriting this regulation, and things are going well, but we're certainly going to need more time, and so I just ask that we table this and bring it back again as discussion item at the next meeting. I have Commission Member Raymer and Cummins are part of the working group.
Yeah, I mean, I would go with
Yeah,
Dave's recommendation on this.
absolutely.
Move it to discussion item next meeting. To table it until then.
We need a motion for that?
Attachment D2, is that what we're talking about?
Nope.
Yes.
We shouldn't need a motion.
Next item is the modification of black bass size and daily limits, shovel nose and sturgeon daily. Mr. Dreves.
So we have a whole host of regulation or changes that we're proposing in the regulation 301 KAR 1201. This regulation is the taking of fish by traditional fishing methods. And all these regulations all these proposals are all in that same regulation. So the first one that we have listed there is apply a 12 to 15 inch protective slot limit on largemouth bass, 18 inch minimum size limit on smallmouth bass, 10 fish aggregate daily limit on black bass at Painesville Lake. Mr. Chair, I was wondering if you've received any feedback on this item?
I did not.
Okay. This item, because of the way the fishery seems to be changing, it seems not a great time to move forward with this one, and so we're going to request to remove this protective slot limit, this amendment, and just leave it at statewide regulations currently.
So Dave, you're wanting to remove the whole thing, or just a
Just the
portion of
first one in reference to Painesville Lake. And then I'll go on down the list further. But on that first one, we think we're better served at this point. It's hard to make an amendment for changing when the lake seems to be changing. The population dynamics are changing, so it's kind of like hitting a moving target right now. So we'd rather take a wait and see approach and just remove this one from the list for consideration.
So you want to remove the second bullet?
The second bullet, yes, apply a 12 to 15 inch slot limit on largemouth bass, 18 inch size limit on smallmouth bass, 10 fish aggregate daily limit on black bass at Painesville Lake. It's the one we would like to remove. The next item is remove the slot limit on largemouth bass at Cave Run Lake and enact that there will be no size limit on largemouth bass, and the aggregate daily limit on black bass will be 10 fish, and maintain the 18 inch minimum size limit on smallmouth bass. We've had several anglers and Commission Member Shortridge meeting with staff on these, trying to do improvements at Cave Run Lake. I haven't been at recent meetings, but I understand it's going very well, and I understand that Commission Member Shortridge, you're in support of this regulation change as well. And basically what it is to try to promote the harvest of largemouth bass at Cave Run Lake by removing the slot and expanding the creel limit to 10 fish. And the hope is that we will anglers will remove enough fish that the growth will start increasing again.
The feedback I'm getting now, I guess some of the guys got online and looked at our website and saw this. And this is what I've been waiting for a long time, is I want people's feedback. And I'm getting it now. And they're worried about the daily 10 fish taken out daily. That they're concerned about it. They'd rather leave it to 6 now instead of taking out 10. And they're concerned about the doing something on the large fish. You got to protect that large fish, what we got in there. So I'm glad to get that discussion now.
Sure. I can give you the perspective from a biological standpoint. The fact is, because of low relative weight as an indicator, is that we really need to remove fish from that lake. It's had a slot limit for many, many years that's not effective because there's not enough harvest. And so our goal is to remove the slot limit, and that makes tournament anglers happy. So now they can weigh in any size fish that they catch. But we also want to expand that creel above the 6 because we really want to make an emphasis on removing more fish. So basically leaving it 6 is kind of counter to what we're trying to promote. And the other thing I would just mention is that I had something really profound to say and it just left me.
Couldn't have been too profound then.
Yeah, it couldn't have been too profound. No.
The concern, I guess, is if we take the slot completely off, and you and I discussed this back a month or so ago. I'm all in favor of doing something with that slot. You know, it's been on for years. But the way it's written right now is you can take any size you want to. You take 10 out a day, regardless what size they are. And if enough people start doing that, then that's the feedback I'm getting is it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt the lake in the long run.
That reminded me about what I wanted to address.
There you go.
Yeah. You can keep 6 fish over 15-inch right now, and you have been for that was allowed for the last umpteen years.
Yes.
So there's really no reason to expect that all of a sudden, because you remove the slot, that people are going to go out there and catch, 10 fish larger than 15 inches and keep them. So I guess the point being is it's already legal to do that. And it's generally legal to do that on every body of water that we have, is to keep up to 6 fish, whether it's unless it's Cedar Creek where there's only 1 fish allowed, or we have very, very few. There's a lake or two where we have a catch and release, but every lake in Kentucky you can keep 6 fish that are 20 inches if you want, and that's always been the case. The fact is that nobody harvests bass anymore, and so it's not an issue. And so while proposing that will not hurt, but what it does is, in terms of regulation complexity, if we say no size limit, but you can, and 10 fish creel or 6 fish creel, but you can only keep, 1 over 15 inches or something, it just makes it more complex, makes it more for anglers to remember. And, obviously we're all about trying to make things as simple as possible. And so that would be my response to those concerns. It's not really a biological issue. But I understand that anglers are concerned, and I know why, but it's kind of unfounded.
The feedback I also am getting, and you've heard it before, and I've heard it for a long time. And just recently, this past weekend, they had a tournament, had several boats, and they only caught 4 pounds. many of them didn't catch anything. So the language is going to be, and the argument's going to be, well, if there's so many in there, we're not catching. And that's true. That's been going on for a long time. A long time. The fish, they're telling me, and I know it for a fact, at my lake, and I go up there quite often, and we just don't catch them. And I'm not disputing when you shock, but I'd like to see us shock at different times to try to get a better study. We shock during the spawn where the numbers are, and we shock the same place, my understanding.
By design, yes.
Yeah, and it's been mentioned several times that if we could shock different places, different times, to try to get a better read on what's in that lake. Now, we are going to go up, my understanding, next month up the river, and we're going to try to visually see. We're going to shock it up there, try to find out why they've left up the river.
Well, I can tell you that when we do standardized sampling, we call it standardized because we want to keep everything the same every year. That way, it's standardized. So you want to decrease the amount of variables. So the only variable that you're changing would be the fish population, not because you change the location or the timing. And so that's by design that we have standardized sampling. We have fixed runs where we sample the same fixed area of the shoreline each year and at the same time of year, and that way we can look at trends, how they change over time. So the hope is by using standardized sampling, when we get a better sample, it's because the fish population is quote unquote better, or vice versa. And so it certainly would be problematic to start changing, because then you have no backwards comparison. You don't know what, if you go change everything, you don't know how that compares to what you saw in the past. Now, obviously, if you want to change something to improve your sampling, and sometimes you got to cut the cord and say, this is the new way we're going to do it, and then we make it standardized into the future. But you definitely don't want to be jumping around doing different things every year, because then you have no way to compare. So that would be the response on changing our sites or when we sample. I mean, we sample during the spring because that's when the majority of the fish are close to the bank and they're susceptible to electrofishing. So if you go any other time of the year, you're sampling a lesser portion of the population. For example, when it's cold, electrofishing is not as effective. After the spawn, the fish are, the bigger fish are moved offshore, so you don't get as good a representative sample. So, I mean, everybody that samples largemouth bass samples them in the spring and indexes them. I mean, everybody.
Director, I have a question to Fred's point there. It isn't, to my understanding, they will go up shocking the Licking River into that lake. I mean, if you do that, I mean, is there any study we can do to see, measure what the bait quality or the bait or the forage health is and the forage numbers?
Again, we would use that relative weight sample, so it's more of it's more of a direct way of finding out how the foraging, the bass are foraging is by, how plump or how skinny the fish is. Right. It's a whole lot easier to measure the relative weight of the bass that you collect than it is to try to index what the forage populations are. And that's what we're using to say that there's an overpopulation of fish at Cave Run, because again, I explained this at the last meeting, the relative weight is comparing the weight of the fish in the population to a standard weight that is, a 12-inch bass should weigh 0.9 pounds. So if you go to Cave Run and and I use that hypothetical, If you go to Cave Run and a 12-inch bass weighs 0.75 pounds,
They're below our
they're below relative weight. They're skinnier than they should be, and so it's basically it's fairly simple. If you don't have a good relative weight, it's like if I'm skinny, that means I'm missing some meals,
Right.
and we need to do something to increase the number of meals I'm getting.
I guess my point.
A fish population is either you can reduce the number of fish or you can increase the amount of forage.
I guess my point would be that if we're doing relative weight study in the spring, you're going to do it in the fall.
We do relative weight studies in the
Year-round.
fall.
Okay.
So there's no,
Gotcha.
none of that egg weight.
Just one follow-up comment. So currently, we're removing, what we're proposing here is to have no size limit, so we want to encourage people to take more fish. What the general discussion has been here is that the differences between 10 and 6. My question is, do people that target bass harvest fish and take them home for table fare? So what we want to do is encourage them to take bass out so we don't have so much competition in the lake.
Yeah, the 10 fish is actually kind of to shine a spotlight on the fact that we don't have enough harvest.
Right.
We want to do a education campaign, and this is something that we talked about nationally at the Black Bass Symposium that I was at a few weeks ago. That we're trying to do a national effort to reverse the stigma of harvesting bass. And it's going to be a long, long process, because it was a long process to get people, to get bass anglers, so they thought catch and release was the way to go.
Right.
But now everybody thinks catch and release like it's a sin to kill a bass.
Right.
But we actually need people to harvest fish. Anybody that has a pond knows that you need to harvest fish, or your pond gets stunted.
Yeah.
I mean, reservoirs are a whole lot more complex than a pond, but the relative weight tells you that those fish are not getting enough to eat. And you can increase forage because the fertility, you can't really change the fertility of the lake, but you can certainly reduce the number of bass in the population so everybody gets a little bit more to eat. And that's a very simplified
You can feed
explanation.
train them, but for the long-term health you need of the reservoir or whatever body water, you do need to remove. My lake's 72 acres. We take between 2,000 and 2,500 pounds out.
So unless we change the narrative in people's mindset about the fact that we need to just take more fish, it's a moot point between 10 and 6.
Yeah.
Quite candidly, but what we're saying is by putting that number 10, we want to encourage them.
Yeah,
to take more.
there's very few people that are going to keep 6 even after we change it, because there's very few people keeping 6 now.
Right.
But we want to, and you'll see in the next few bullets down, we want to change every lake that we have a slot limit, or every lake listed, is almost every lake. We want to change the aggregate daily limit from 6 fish to 10 fish, every place where we have that 12 to 15 inch slot limit, just so we shine that spotlight that these fish need to be removed, and if people will buy in, that we will have better bass populations. We have done electrofishing removal at smaller lakes and seen the response that we're looking for. Problem being is that there is not enough electrofishing time that we can do to remove the bass that we need to remove from a lake the size of Cave Run Lake. We're doing electrofishing removal right now on Grayson Lake that we started last year. It's a small enough lake that we think we can make a dent, but it is a tremendous effort. So that's why we're not going in and remove them by electrofishing. And when we remove them, we identify lakes that there are lakes that need bass, and so we can take bass from a place where they're overabundant and take them to a place where they're needed.
Now, one thing that we did learn by talking with Tom is that the threadfin study up Paintsville is proved to be positive now. The results is good. So we're talking about the study we're doing now, the program, we started to raise some money. on the grant. Thread fin is one of the subjects that we want to stock. If we're lucky enough to get that grant. But that's what I was told. I was told that the study up there is in other places. He reached out to other places too on thread fins.
Sir, what you're referring to is the possibility that stocking threadfin shad will reduce bass recruitment. Will actually have a negative effect in terms of, negative is, I guess, is the wrong word, because we actually want it in some cases, but there is some information out there in the science world, in the literature, that shows that threadfin shad can hurt or decline, may cause bass recruitment to decline. Recruitment is just the strength of the year class. And so what you're referring to, again, I don't want to say that we know this, because we do not, but we have noticed a declining recruitment recently at Paintsville Lake, and that's one of the reasons why I asked to not enact the slot limit. But what you're referring to is the possibility that stocking threadfin shad at Cave Run Lake could help with lower their recruitment, and that just is trying to basically lower the amount of fish that are produced each year, so there's more food to go around. But again, a reservoir is very complex, and I think that I guess I shouldn't qualify it because I haven't read the studies. Tom laid them on my desk earlier in the week. I haven't had a chance to look at them yet, but his take on the literature is that there's a shot that stocking those threadfin shad could help. So you're not, when we were stocking threadfin shad at Paintsville Lake, it was hoped that they would help be another food source that increase the relative weight on those fish. But that hasn't proven to be true so far. But it does seem that recruitment is lower. And so, again, I'm not saying that that's cause and effect, because that's just not certain. But it is true that our indexes of recruitment are lower the last few years at Paintsville Lake. And whether or not that would happen at Cave Run Lake if we stock threadfin shad remains to be seen.
Would there be anything negative on not doing it? I mean, should we not do it, or should we do it just to see and do a 4-year study like we want done?
Again, stocking threadfin shad, comes at a cost. You have to buy the fish.
Well, that's probably trying to get a grant.
So that's obviously a consideration. Some of our folks are afraid of threadfin shad because they also, the mechanism that they reduce the bass recruitment may be because they inhibit bluegill and sunfish, and so that's another food source for bass. And so if you want a good bluegill population in a reservoir, maybe stocking threadfin shad will hurt the bluegill population, the sunfish population. So again, these are very complex environments, and it's just hard to know what the indirect effects are.
So are you saying that we need to look at stocking sunfish instead?
No, I didn't say that. There wouldn't be any need to stock sunfish, because the sunfish are present and they're filling the niche that they can fill by their own natural reproduction right now. So there isn't any need to stock sunfish.
I was just trying to make it get we got an opportunity to make Cave Run. I don't know if it'd ever be the way it was years ago. 20 bags, everybody got 20 bags, 22 bags, and you're lucky to even, getting them in the money with a 20 bag limit weigh-in. And then it started declining over the years, and it just didn't happen just yesterday. This is a long process, several years on down the road, and we're just trying to get it up to a standard where, I like to see it be the best lake in the state. It ain't gonna happen, I know that.
You and I both.
Yeah, but I'm just here to try to improve it. Yeah, because I know what it is now. And it's tough when you go up there. It really is. And we got to find out why.
Tom will tell you that the data shows that, I don't recall when the slot was first implemented. Jeff, do you remember? Early 2000s? Oh. Tom will tell you right after it was implemented that folks were still keeping bass, and it actually started to turn the way we wanted, and then basically it didn't, you know, and we attributed that people were starting to keep bass. Our creels showed that people were keeping some bass, and then the creels showed that, you know, nobody was keeping bass, and then it reverted right back to what it is today. And so we know that we need to do something different. And so we're hoping what is different is to shine a light that we need more harvest, try to do an education campaign. We've already been putting, you know, articles in Kentucky Field, and again, I'm on a national committee that we're trying to vie for money to work with industry, the fishing industry, to start this messaging campaign, like get pro anglers to talk about the need to harvest fish instead of saying this fish is, you know, sacred and you shouldn't harvest. And so again, it's going to take a long effort, but that's the only thing we see that can really make an improvement on these slot lakes, is to reduce fish numbers, and we really need anglers to harvest. And so it's unique. Cave Run would be the first lake where we've ever tried in modern times to have a no size limit, to my knowledge, with the emphasis on harvesting fish. So it is kind of unique, and it certainly is your call on how you all want those regulations to go or look like. My recommendation is simply to go as written, just for what we're trying to accomplish and for angler, simplicity.
Exactly, and appreciate that. And that's when you stated there was a change back at some time as far as meat eaters, what I want to call them, people taking the fish out. That's what is concerning with a lot of people now, the feedback I'm getting. And that's some of the old timers I've talked to that fish the river, up in the river. That's what they told me happened. I don't know that, and I'm just telling you what I was told. Is that you had meat eaters went up there every day, and they took it. Regardless of what they caught, they ate it. They took it home. And they think that, just like you said, is a reduction of the fish of the river. Now, I don't know that, but I'm just telling you what and that went on for years. And they still do it. I mean, there are people fish that river, and they go up there, and what they get, they take home.
Yeah, I don't know about that at all. What I was referring to is Tom saw an improvement in the population. Like, it started to turn it towards improvement right after we put the slot on, and then the mindset continued to change. Because even back in the early 2000s, there are still more people keeping fish than there are now.
Yeah.
And now, the last 10, 15 years, it's got to where people just will not hardly keep bass.
And I guess that's what they're worried about. If you go to a 10 and you got 2 people in the boat, and then you can harvest 20. My understanding. And over time, you're going to deplete what's in there. And if you start taking the big fish out, which is limited anyway up Cave Run, that's just going to hurt it,
But right now, they can keep 6
They
per person.
can.
And many, as long as it's over 15 inches or less than 12. And the creel surveys show that we can't get people to keep bass at all. So we're not too concerned about people keeping, over the fish over 15 or large fish, simply because, our messaging is going to be that you need to harvest the small fish, the overabundant.
What weight is that? What limit are we talking about on small fish? 8 inch, 10 inch?
They usually stun out between like 8 and 12 inches. And so those are the fish you see that are the most abundant, and those are the ones that we want to see removed. Basically, wherever the most abundant numbers is, that's the bottleneck. And if you can get through that bottleneck, then you're of a size that you can eat a different size prey than the fish that are stuck in the bottleneck. And so we're trying to reduce the number of fish in the bottleneck so everybody can keep moving, keep advancing in size and growth. And that's the concept.
Well, I'm just sharing what feedback I'm getting now. And that just recently, based on what we put out on our website.
Yes, sir. We have definitely heard that for many years.
Yeah.
I attended a public meeting at Cave Run a number of years ago with Commissioner Storm and with Tom Timmerman, and we've heard that for decades. Yeah. And basically what we're thinking is, it's time to make a change, because the slot limit is certainly limiting for tournaments, because a lot of people, when you have a 12 to 15 inch slot, that's the size that a lot of people will catch in numbers and one away, because obviously, as you know, that most tournaments have a 12 inch minimum. So anyway, that means at Cave Run, basically, unless you catch a 15 inch or greater fish, you can't weigh it in your tournament.
Yeah.
And so, so we still think the slot limits are appropriate where needed, but we wanted to try the no slot limit on Cave Run and increase that daily limit, just to kind of shine a light of what we're trying to, this new education and messaging that we're trying to do.
Can you elaborate on the campaign, or how you're going to address the campaign of getting that information to the public, or what your ideas are?
Well, what we did is we created a website, and it's called Quality Bass Management. We still have a ton more work to do. Again, our folks are taxed to capacity, and so basically what we have is a skeleton of the website up. And we had a lot of draft language written that our staff have done, and then we just still need time, probably this winter, to try to build out that website with the rest of the information. But my thing is, this is a consistent and sustained message, and I recognize that our reach is going to be limited, and that's why I'm working kind of on a larger national basis to see if we can tap into the industry to start getting some buy-in. And if we can get lure manufacturers and fish people in the industry to use their marketing campaign, just a little bit of their marketing to send this message and get professional anglers on board, that's what I'm trying to accomplish. I think that certainly is a big part of it, but we're trying to do what we can in our own little world. And again, like I said, we've done messaging on the TV show and on our magazine, and columns in Kentucky Field, and then this website where we're going to try to do it. And obviously we've started this on social media with, we talked about the Grayson fish removal and why we're doing it, and so on the Facebook and different social media accounts. And so
sounds like me, Director, you've got the framework for a pretty good working group.
Yeah. But it certainly is going to take consistent and sustained effort, is what I was trying to say. Something that we need to do for years, not for, next week and hit it once in a while. It's just something that's going to take a long effort.
I just wanted to reiterate that the recruitment up our K Run is what we'd like to see too, based on your all's numbers. But at the same time, it would be the smaller fish and not the larger fish, and that's what the men back home. That's what they're afraid of, and that's what they want. And the information I'm getting back on the threadfin is that they survived up there. They did well. And I know there was some talk about them dying out. That was several years ago when they did that one study at Cave Run. We did it 1 year, and it was when was it, 1980 or something?
Yeah, we moved, our agency moved some threadfin from Harrington Lake to a number of reservoirs decades ago to try to establish that population in some of our reservoirs. And just so everybody knows, threadfin shad are very temperature intolerant, and so they have a certain wintertime temperature minimum, and if it goes below that for a sustained period of time, they're going to die. And so so far we haven't had a cold enough winter to kill the threadfin shad at Paintsville. That doesn't mean that they won't die this winter. And Paintsville's deep, and it probably has a little bit more capacity because it takes longer for it to reach, the coldest temperatures in the wintertime. I know last year at the same time, Yatesville was a lot colder than Paintsville. And so I wasn't checking Cave Run at the time, but there is a possibility that you stock threadfin shad and then they die at the first winter, which is going to have a hard time making the desired effect if they can make it.
We had a harsh winter last year. I mean, it was bad last year. I mean, it was brutal, and they survived. So we're pretty positive to the guys about maybe stocking it if we can get that grant money. Just because you're going to have foliage for the fish, it's going to help improve Cave Run.
Yeah, we're not opposed to threadfin shad stocking at Cave Run.
Okay. It's just, and then the second thing, I like I said, I don't want to be redundant, but it's just the concern of if you have to get rid of something, it has to be the smaller fish, and try to protect those, especially the larger ones.
That would certainly be the messaging campaign.
Okay.
But again, it's your call on what regulation you want to impose.
All right. Any more questions?
Moving on, remove the slot limit on largemouth and smallmouth bass on Otter Creek and Otter Creek outdoor recreation area. Again, I touched on this a minute ago. We would like to increase the aggregate daily limit from 6 fish to 10 fish on the following slot limit lakes. These are Beaver Lake, Burt Combs Lake, Beulah Lake, Bolts Lake, Carter Cave State Park Lake, Cave Run Lake, Corinth Lake, Elkhorn Creek, Elmer Davis Lake, General Butler State Park Lake, Grayson Lake, Lake Blythe, Lake Malone, Lake Pennyrile, Lincoln Homestead State Park Lake, McNeely Lake, Panbowl Lake, and Wood Creek Lake. We'd like to add a daily limit of 2 fish for shovel-nosed sturgeon. This is an oversight, simply, as we believe. We have a paddlefish daily limit of 2. We don't see any reason why we shouldn't have a daily limit of 2 fish for shovel-nosed sturgeon.
Is that statewide?
Yes, that would be statewide. Add a daily limit of 100 fish for skipjack herring. A little background on that. Skipjack herring are very popular for folks fishing for catfish, especially trophy catfish. You can catch these on rod and reel, but you cannot sell them. If you catch them on rod and reel, you cannot sell them because rod and reel is not a commercial fishing method that's legal. We currently don't have any daily limit on skipjack herring, and this is, again, I would just say we're wanting to add this daily limit so at least there's some limitation if someone is going to try to illegally sell these, which we know is a very common problem. And the reason why it's so hard is because I can go out there and catch 1,000 skipjack and I haven't done anything wrong. But if I take them home and freeze them and then a week later sell them, I was illegal. So it's really hard for our wardens to catch somebody doing that. But I think that having a data limit of 100 will not limit someone that's catching them and using them for their personal use. But again, it would maybe help with what is sometimes done illegally, if that makes sense. And the last item in this very long list of regulations in 201 is to simply add 2 small lakes to the Fishing in Neighborhoods program. So these would be new lakes, and Owens Lake, 8.6 acre lake in Boone County, owned by the city of Walton, and Harry T. Clark Community Park Pond, 1.2 acre county-owned lake in Rowan County. And these regulations have special regs. And so what we have is a list of special lakes that is incorporated by reference in this regulation. And so with passage, we would add these 2 lakes to the list of special lakes that have these regulations in the material incorporated by reference.
Any questions from Director Reeves?
So I know there's a lot of discussion, so we would have to, I guess, decide as we move these to action what is going as written and what is going as with an amendment to as your pleasure.
These are just discussion
These
items?
are just discussion. Obviously, we would want to have these as an action item next meeting. It's your pleasure that I put these on the agenda for action next meeting as written, with my hope that we'll remove the slot limit for Paintsville Lake, and any amendment that you want to make for Cave Run. Or I guess we can talk in between now and next time, and you can tell me what you want the agenda to look like.
I'd like to keep having a conversation.
So the question is whether or not to take it as written to an action item, or to exclude some items from it for action.
Or to modify them, yeah.
Or to modify them, okay. I need a motion and a second for the modification of black bass size and daily limits on shovel nose, sturgeon daily limit, skipjack herring daily limit, and additions to the Fishing in Neighborhoods program, and to add the apply the 12 to 15 inch protection on the largemouth bass on Paintsville Lake, and more discussion on the Cave Run Lake largemouth bass initiative.
Make a motion, we move this agenda item to a action item next meeting with the omission of bullet 2.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So we still have a selection, we still have a conversation between now and when we vote on it, what's going to happen to Cave Run, is that correct? Okay.
That's my understanding.
District 1, aye. You ready? We have a motion second?
We had a motion and a second?
Yeah, we got a motion and a second.
Who seconded?
I did.
Okay.
District 1, aye. District 2, aye. District 3,
Aye.
District 4,
Aye.
District 8, I'm sorry guys, District 5,
Aye.
District 8,
Aye.
District 9. Motion carries, Chairman.
Okay, the next item up is committee meetings. Commissioner Storm will be discussing it.
Try to be brief for everybody's viewing pleasure here. If you don't mind, and we could jump over to 5, I would like to table any discussions about the Marion County Emergency Management Tower? So if you would just welcome that. We don't have any feedback from the county, and that will help us to move along. On the committee meetings, what we would like to propose is to maintain the three-step process of the full quarterly, the 4 meetings that are here in Franklin County, as well as committees to be assigned by the chair according to time and need, and also with the flexibility to be held statewide. And I think that's all.
What do you mean by statewide?
For example, we just recently had a bear discussion in Harlan County. The chair could call a committee meeting, which essentially is what we had, something open to the public. The commission was present. We'll call it a public meeting, and we'll have a discussion therein. That does not limit our discussion to bears, but truly this body could determine if they want to have a committee meeting in Frankfort and what the topic may be. And so that would be in addition to our 4 regular meetings, which would have new business, discussion, and action items.
How many commission members are on the committees?
To be assigned by the chair, but no more than 4. So you could not have a quorum of the commission.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Legal counsel.
Legal. Mr. Fields.
My apologies. I said I
That's fine.
approach the table.
Go ahead.
Just on the issue of the 4, a quorum adjusts if we have empty seats. So I'd say right now we want to limit it to 3 until we get the last seat filled. Just to avoid any confusion later.
Okay.
Now, you can't have more than a quorum on a committee, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I guess my other question is, how's this different than the working groups that are going on right now?
I think
We
it'd
have
be-
a turkey working group, a CWD working group, and something else.
Boat dock and shoreline working group.
Huh?
A boat dock and shoreline use working group is going on right now too.
I think one of the things it does, because what the sportsmen have been asking for, sportsmen and sportswomen both, is more voice at it, and it gives them the opportunity to maybe participate more openly in the discussion.
Great answer. So truly, you'd call a public meeting. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you have a working group meeting, it's truly, it's internal, it's external, it's all the above. But we just had a turkey working group, inside, outside, and then if that group would like to have a public meeting thereafter, then that could be the case. And so anyway, I'd like that discretion to work with the chair to organize, but truly it would be the chair's assignment to put individuals in that committee. So be quite simple, but it could be his discretion. So if it's in Eastern Kentucky and for convenience, he'd like to have somebody that's in Eastern Kentucky, or 2 or 3 that are closer, he can do that.
Yeah, and I'll say I'm supportive of that. That's what I've been, hearing from the sportsmen and sportswomen, is they want to have voice, they want to be heard, and they want the commission to hear them. I do want to make sure that we follow due process, and I feel like the three meeting structure we've got now with new business, discussion, and action items sets up well for everybody to be able to offer input and share insights into that process. So if we can do it in coordination with that, I think it'd be helpful.
Yeah, I guess my only real concern is whether or not any of the items coming out of the committee makes it to this full board for discussion and voting.
So
Because I'm not familiar with the committee structure here.
Indeed, the concept would be, if that's what the committee found, then it would be brought to this body as a new business concept. And in the sense of urgency, obviously, there could be something that merits action based on zoonotic disease or situations and circumstances.
So for example, a committee meeting just essentially makes it a public meeting.
Correct.
That's the only difference.
So it has to be scheduled how far in advance?
30 days notice.
How much notice do we have to give the public? I know I have to give 24-hour notice. I don't know what you all have to give for a public meeting. I have to give 24 hours.
I think open meetings law requires 30 days, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
My apologies, I was talking in the back again, I'm sorry. I would have to look that up to know the answer. Normally it's 24 hours for an emergency meeting, and then I'll have to get back to you on that.
No, it's a discussion item, so that's fine.
A committee meeting certainly would not have
I
a
just
24
like
hours
to know
notice.
before we open up, I don't know how many committees. Is there gonna be a limit on the committees, or is it?
I think it'd be an unlimited discussion with the chair. So he asked us for some concepts, and I have a list together for him. At the end of the day, he would make those assignments therein, and whatever the subject matter may or may not be.
And we've discussed having a wildlife fisheries, which would take in boating and fisheries, law enforcement, and administration. And I've spoken to a lot of people who have been a part of the commission in one form or fashion with the committee meetings, and they've requested that we do a kindly a guideline policy and procedure steps for the committee meetings. So that's just a suggestion from them. I don't think they had that in the past, but just some guidelines to go by for the committees. And they want to, the sportsmen would like to have a voice. We'd like to add them just like you did the turkey or any other meeting that we've had. They just want to feel like they're the community, the sports community is a part of this, and we have had past legislators, both from the Senate and the House, on these committees, and I think that's something to look at as guidance and leadership in that direction also.
So I think my confusion is the committee meeting is a public meeting, but at that meeting, the committee is up front presenting before that public meeting, hearing from the public. Both of those things are going on. I've never been in the committee meeting structure, so that's a little bit of confusion. Or is it just basically a public meeting that we have
So
somewhat regularly now?
Simply, when you called that meeting, there would be a requirement to have minutes, obviously public advertisement, engagement from the public, and so I think a working group concept would then necessitate your preparation and your organization as to what you're going to present to that public, and then how you can engage that public for conversations and feedback and comments. And so I think it holds this process together, and it stands up multiple discussions that we may or may not be having at this point.
Does it have to be live stream?
It does not, nor does this. But we do indeed have to have public notice, and we would keep minutes for that meeting. So again, if we met in Harlan County, we may not have 5G LTE.
Right.
We may be better there, frankly, but we just have to make sure that we keep minutes and advertise to the public and follow the Open Meetings Act.
I guess my fear with, it's not really a fear, but for example, the Turkey Working Group, we have some fantastic voices from Turkeys for Tomorrow and WTF on that working group, and conversations have been great. At the end of that working group, call a public meeting with that. I just want those voices to be heard on committee meetings as well. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Like Jason from Turkeys for Tomorrow is fantastic, and that meeting went great. I think it would benefit the public to hear from some of those voices as well. I have no doubt that that the public wants to be heard more. That's for sure. And maybe we didn't do a good job of saying what working groups and who was on that and how they were represented there. But if those voices are removed, it's not as strong. Like that, those voices are really good, and I think that definitely needs to be a priority if we have a committee meeting for sure.
So Josh,
Hope that makes sense.
I think you bring up a critical point, and so I think it's situational awareness. Who needs to be there, and where do you get that feedback? And I think that's why the working group concept is important. So when you have Jason Lapardis there, you've got a turkey expert that has a strong opinion, and so the more engagement we have, the better the group can be. But truly, each one of you, I can go across and I know your talents in the outdoors, or at least I know your passions in the outdoors. And some of us are more talented than others, but I can see the concept where it's not just fisheries or wildlife. It could be just, for example, you're a public land hunter, Josh, and I think that merits a conversation that's, public waters, public lands. So I think that's something that I can work with the chair on and say, hey, I think this is a situation, Greg needs to be involved in this because he's an administrator. So that's what we're going to strive to do, but also think that we can go throughout the state and we can engage with the public in places where they don't always have to come to Frankfort. And I do enjoy that concept. So I look forward to the concept. I ask the members of this body, you don't need a vote. I ask the members to move this forward, and in the next few months, I'll be working with Chairman Meade for clarification as to how we're going to kick this thing off. But again, it's going to be a work in motion.
Yeah, I think I'll just bring up the turkey working group again. Like, that working group is good. If we can have that working group working together, and then at the end of that, have a public meeting where hopefully, Jason or Derek from NWTF are willing to also be in that public meeting, that could be very beneficial. If that's what a committee meeting is, I think it would be very beneficial.
Great point.
Yep.
Make a motion to move this to action item.
Good.
Have a motion and a second to take this to an action item next time.
Who was
the action would be to for the commission to form a committee meeting structure for a limited number of committees.
District 1, we're going to vote. District 1, aye. District 2, aye. District 3, aye. District 4, aye. District 5,
aye.
District 8, aye. District 9, aye. Motion carries.
Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry. On these things that we're just moving from discussion to action, unless there's a point of contention, can we just do a voice vote to move along?
Yes, we can. Okay, next up is the turkey bag limits. Ben Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've asked Mr. Danks to join us as well. And Mr. Chairman, before we move into this item, could I back us up? I was informed over break that I misspoke on our action item about the expansion of the CWD scrape study when I stated that there was no charge to the department other than staff time, and I was wrong on that. The previous version of this, when we were in West Kentucky, there was a charge, there was no charge. Things have changed. There will be a charge of $35 a sample for this project, looking to get between 100 and 200 samples. So anywhere between $3,000 and $7,000 that would come out of our operating budget. That would be reimbursable through a Pittman-Robertson grant at 75%. So it's a small fee, but I wanted to make that clear that there would be a charge.
Does not change my vote.
Doesn't change mine.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. On to turkey bag limits, and you've heard quite a bit of positive discussion about our wild turkey working group that formed, and this was a big topic of discussion. And really, I'd like to hand it over to our commission members that are on that group for more discussion on this. I know Commission Member Raymer initially brought this forward, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have, but I would welcome you guys to speak to this a little bit and the discussion that we had in the group.
Well, I'll start out by saying, and this may shorten this a little bit, in light of the last 2 years of us having a very good poult population, that our hens are nesting good, and we've seen like the numbers, maybe for the next 4 or 5 years, we may have good harvest. I don't want to take our eye off the ball on this, but I think if we hold off on lowering the number of turkeys from 2 to 1 in the spring and just keep an eye on our birds. The only thing that I would like to do is I would like to take the fall archery off completely and remove the bearded hens. I don't know if that's a significant number. I don't want to do anything with the gun hunts in the fall, because those people are actually targeting turkeys. They're out there, they're hunting. I think the bow hunters are opportunists, and a lot of turkeys are being killed over corn piles as they come in the fall. And I think the majority of them are probably hens that are being killed. So that's the only adjustments I would like to make to this.
I just think what I would say would be, from every voice that's in that working group, adjusting the bag limits are not going to help the problem, are not going to do what the average sportsman maybe thinks that they would do to the population. The truth is, we need to do some stuff more at the root cause of maybe why populations are lowering. And so I think the working group's having great discussion on the possibilities of that moving forward, and maybe we have more discussion on this as well as the working group meets more. But I feel like NWTF, TFT, Zach, everybody in that working group, basically, essentially, all the thought leaders that I would listen to in that working group basically said adjusting the bag limits is not going to greatly increase the population like you may think. So I just appreciate the conversation with those leaders in that meeting and in that working group, and look forward to more conversations moving forward. And one of the things that maybe we'll bring up, I don't know about new business item, but one of the things that we had discussed in that working group that I think would help Zach out tremendously is some way of getting him to know how many turkey hunters are actually in the woods, because that's a really big problem for data. If you got a sportsman's license, Zach pointed out, I don't know if they hunted turkeys or not. They bought a sportsman's license. Who knows if they actually went turkey hunting or if they did not? So there's been a lot of proposals put out there, a lot of thoughts on do we make people purchase a free turkey permit, or do we do a survey before they even buy their license and say, what species are you going to hunt this year beforehand, before you buy your license? And that's one of the things that group is proposing, is possibly doing a survey before anybody buys a license to say, what species are you going to hunt, so that it gives Zach and everybody else a little bit of data to know they actually hunted turkeys. And you can compare hunters to harvest, all those different numbers, and maybe Zach can speak to that, but I thought that was a good proposal in that group as well.
I have a question on that. Are y'all proposing like the possibility of maybe doing like the HIP model that we do for waterfowl to the before you can turkey hunt?
Yes, very similar to that, yeah. Commissioner Member Smith. That's and I think this would be potentially a good new business item, is kind of what the group thought. Sure. So when we get to new business, maybe that'd be the time to talk about adding that to the agenda. But essentially what we talked about is, if you're buying a license online, just like similar to the HIP survey, as you click through the process, during the license buying process, there would be all these options that you could, check boxes that you could click on. Probably the way we would frame it would be what species you hunted last year. So we would know if you hunted deer, turkey, waterfowl, whatever, then that automatically gives us the ability to, more specifically survey individuals. So it'd be a very useful tool for our programs.
I'd like to see it for all the species, actually. I mean, we're losing information out there that, could be coming back to the department for all of this.
And if I might add, we actually have the system in place right now. It's called the Game Participation Survey. It's just voluntary. So in 2 years of having rolled this out, we've had just over 1,000 people, or less than 0.25% participate with it being voluntary. But the system is robust. Our IT folks have already set it up. It would just, if we could move that into a little earlier or mandatory in the flow of purchasing a license, that would really help.
You don't make them click on it, they're not going to click on it.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe we can talk about that in a new business like Ben.
Answer this before you purchase your free permit.
Can I ask them, when we're talking bag limits, how many hunters tag 2 birds?
Overall, about 10% of spring turkey hunters do. Of those that are successful, about 1/4 of them do. So I will say that the way I come up with that 10% number is every year I do a survey of the hunters. I have to survey amongst everybody, all the seniors that may or may not turkey hunt, all the sportsmen, just like has been stated. So just to tie it back to that last point, being able to know more precisely who is turkey hunting up front would reduce the number of emails that a non-turkey hunter has to get. It would hone in my ability to gain better inference, essentially.
But you're supposed to check that bird in, so you got to know who's checking 2 birds and who's checking
Right.
more.
That's successful. So the good thing about telecheck is we have successful hunters. But in order to tell you that 10% of hunters take 2 birds, I have to know who hunted. I have to know the denominator, and I don't know that without a survey. And so having that information up front would really help strengthen that.
Because it was roughly 6,000, wasn't there?
Grew out of, is 2 birds too many?
It was roughly 6,000, correct? 6,000
birds that are checked.
Birds that were checked.
Second bird.
So 6,000 out of the 33, whatever.
Did you say the
6,000.
6,000 second birds out of 30, we had 35,000 killed last year?
2 years ago. Yeah.
2 years ago.
3 years ago. Yeah, it's about 30, a little over 30 this past year. Average 30.
I just wanted to add, I appreciate the fact that you got to get the data up front to have a comparator. I would just caution you to make it short and sweet, because we're getting survey fatigue in this world.
Right. That's been a goal and an understanding from the start.
Have you ever done the hip?
Simple click.
And I do like the permit idea, 3 permit idea for turkey hunters. And I've had several discussions with people throughout the state, and they also seem to want a non-voluntary survey. And I'm still at the position of a voluntary survey, but attaching it to that, that would be something you all might be able to work out. But I've had several phone calls in support of a permit process for turkey hunters.
But overall, based on this discussion item, lowering the turkey bag limit, according to everybody that I've talked to, is not going to help the way in which we might think it would help. So,
I'm not necessarily in agreement with that to a certain extent. I mean, that would be saying kill as many as you want to, and it's never going to affect the population, and that's not true. But we do know that our population is increased by our hens. But if the hens don't get bred, then there's a problem too.
Lowering it from 2 to 1.
Yeah.
There was data in the working group that said lowering it from the 3, and maybe you can speak to this too, but lowering that 3 to 2, but lowering it 2 to 1 is not going to help the population as much as everybody would think.
Well, what the research showed was that, because we had Tennessee and Kentucky. Kentucky, we have a 2-bird limit. We've never had 3.
Yeah.
Tennessee had a 3. They moved to 2. When you look at both states together, the move from 3 birds to 2 birds, the harvest rate doesn't change very much. The harvest rate does change when you move from 2 to 1. But we're talking about the male segment of the population.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not it's not affecting the level at which we're harvesting males right now. It's not excessive. We have no evidence that hens are not getting bred. We know that from research on the field. We have very few unfertilized eggs. So hens are getting bred. So changing the spring bag limit harvest of males, we don't really have evidence that it's going to affect the hen side of the equation and grow us more turkeys. That comes down to the other things you mentioned, the way we manage the landscape. And currently, our levels of fall hen harvest are low, but I mean, bow hunters do have the option to take a turkey. But given the prevalence of bait on the landscape, that's not a legal take if you're hunting over bait.
And I would not hesitate to guess that it's probably a 95% rate that those turkeys have been shot coming into a corn pile. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I don't know anybody that goes out and targets turkeys in the fall with a bow purposely doing that. They're out there deer hunting, turkey, flock of hens come in, they shoot a hen. They may shoot 3 or 4 of them before they finally get one that hits the ground, because they're not going to blood trail the turkey or track it for very long if they're out there deer hunting. A lot of them won't even leave the tree, and they'll go by and pick the turkey up as they leave in the evening.
I mean, I definitely think there are turkeys dying over corn piles in the fall, for sure. I would have no disagreement there.
I'd say the most of them.
Any more questions, comments? Okay, next item will be clarify the guide of hunters on the WMA for profit commercial activity. Ben?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, before we move on, can I clarify one point on our last item? So,
yes.
We agreed we're not going to pursue the reduction in bag limit at the moment.
Yes.
But
Right.
Member Raymer brought up a new concept with the elimination of fall archery. So will that need to come back as new business or discussion? I'm unclear on where that will land.
I would like to bring it up to at least a discussion item on the next.
Discussion.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's where it needs to fall. Public needs more.
Yeah.
They need time to voice their opinion.
because that's bringing up a whole new thing
Yes,
for them, and I don't
that's totally
want to
different.
push anything.
So we'll move that to discussion. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, next up is an item that actually involves 3 divisions, wildlife law enforcement and now fisheries as well, and I'll read it and we'll provide a little background on this. But the item is clarify that guiding of hunters on a WMA for profit constitutes commercial activity and would therefore be prohibited, and clarify that fishing tournaments that launch at a WMA boat ramp is not a commercial activity under the current wildlife management area regulation 301 KAR 3010, and defining commercial activity and modifying the group definition in 301 KAR 3001. So it's an interesting item because there is potentially some action here, but part of it is also just clarification, really, because what's going on, our existing wildlife management area regulation, the 3010, and you can see on the screen there behind you that it's highlighted. It essentially says that commercial activities are prohibited. There are a few exceptions there that you can see below with some prior approvals, but at some point prior to our tenure, it seems like there was an opinion made by the department that guiding on our public lands, on our WMAs, was okay in some circumstances. I think particularly in the elk zone areas, but it's not uniform. There's not guiding on all WMAs across the state that we're aware of, but there are on counties in the eastern part of the state in the elk zone. Creates a lot of issues, as you could understand, for our friends in law enforcement. So really trying to get some clarification on the direction and the intent of this, but also to potentially clear this up, define what commercial activity is. because it's not defined right now. Colonel, is there anything else to add from your perspective?
I think you've done a good job, and I agree. I'd like to hear what the commission has to say and answer your questions as well.
My opinion is guided on WMA. I mean, whether it's in the elk zone or not, I don't know that that's something that I would think we should allow. You know, I'm thinking WMAs across the state that people are guiding. That's like going to Ballard WMA and you got commercial guide duck hunt. I don't think we want that happening. So that's kind of where I stand.
I mean, I know that like out west, you have guides that are obviously guiding on public land. Public land in Kentucky and public land out west are two different things. I feel like in eastern Kentucky, especially when it comes to the elk zones and those areas, that the WMA should be for people who want to do a DIY on their own because they can't maybe afford a guide in eastern Kentucky. So I would personally be all for not allowing somebody to be paid to guide on a WMA in our state just because we don't have the ample acreage that other people do as well, other states.
Captain Sloan, could you give us an example of that in eastern Kentucky?
Sure.
By the way, y'all, this is my captain. He's my hero, so.
So typically, one of the things, probably the most complaints that we get from prospective elk hunters when they come all across the state or across the country, they're trying to find property to hunt. And so typically, many of the elk guides have leased up a lot of the very good prospective hunting, the private land. So the DIY hunter typically will go to the WMAs. Well, when they arrive, the complaint they give to us is they also see the guides on the WMAs. It's not just one commercial guide. They may have 4 or 5 helpers spread out all over the entire WMA, scouting for them, looking for these elk. So it's really impacting a lot of the DIY hunters having an opportunity to have fair chase to actually get an elk hunt. And it's not just
scouting, or are they driving?
It's a little of both. Yeah. That's a very good point because we do get complaints that they're trying to drive these animals back toward the hunter. It's not just elk hunting also, it's the growing bear hunts are becoming an issue. I've also talked to captains across western Kentucky. Captain Mullins said they have some issues with commercial deer hunts on some of their WMAs. So it is a extensive problem across the state.
Yeah, I think the difference is the amount of acreage we have from WMAs in the state of Kentucky compared to. It's pretty fair chase when you're hunting on millions of acres of public land out west. You know, I know guides have a little advantage because they live there and they're there, but it is much different when you're hunting X amount of acres. And I drew an elk archery tag quite a few years ago, and I was struggling with dealing with that myself in eastern Kentucky. So I 100% agree.
Yeah, I'm in favor of moving it to an action item. I feel like it's a public land and it should be available for public use, and private business shouldn't get an advantage over people having access to the public land.
And the truth is, we're dealing with a different demographic maybe than the people who are traveling across the country to go out west. If I'm traveling across the country to go out west, I'm spending some money. I know I'm going to be spending some money to make that travel. Whereas people who are drawing an elk tag or hunting here in the state may not have that money to be able to spend. And so I think we have to move forward, in my opinion.
Matt, would you like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion. Okay. Move it for action item on the next
agenda. To clarify, we have to state the motion. Is that correct?
As it's stated, you all don't need
as it's stated.
We can just say we.
As it's stated. Okay.
Yeah, just
you don't
go
need
ahead.
any motions to discuss.
Okay. I didn't know if we were going to move all these together, or if we were going to
Okay.
do that one individually, but I'm just saying I'm in favor.
That's good. Let's move it forward.
I guess I have one other question.
Absolutely.
As far as like special tracks, when you draw an elk, those special tracks, are guides allowed on those special tracks as well or not? Does that make sense? Is my question making sense?
How much of that track is WMA and how much is private land, I guess?
I can only
is the
speak to
question.
I can only speak to the tracks I know about because I, once again, drew a special track as well. And it was my understanding that guides weren't allowed on that track. But
When you're,
it's a good question. I think it's a question.
are you referring to like the hunting access areas, the other public lands?
I'm
or
referring to like when
zones?
you draw an elk tag and you also put in for this tract.
Restricted area.
Restricted area. Guides, our guides, would that restricted area be off limits as well according to this reg or not?
I think at this point, we're just talking about WMAs, and many of those RAs are hunting access areas, which are privately owned, not owned.
Just for clarification.
Many of those access agreements, they have rules, internal rules that apply. You can guide, you can't guide. And I've been to a multitude of WMAs where I got stopped on an elk hunt with somebody by guides and said, you can't hunt here. You're not allowed to be here. And they get there, they may stay there all night for all I know. But they do that and they didn't know who I was or what I do, but I've encountered that. So needless to say, Jason, you know the challenges that you all face, but hunter access agreements and some of the special private properties this would not apply to. That would be the landowner's
That'd be
discretion.
depending on the specific track. Gotcha.
Any further questions?
Do we have a second?
We have a motion to move this to, as it's stated, to action item next meeting. We have a motion and a second.
Yep.
Everyone say aye. Aye. All in favor, aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. All right. Next item up is the modified deer hunting regulations to allow hunting on properties owned by county or local governments. Ben Robinson.
Yes, sir. This would amend 301 KAR.
Joe McDermott. Is he here?
Mr. McDermott is here. If we need him, we can call him up.
Come on up.
Yeah. So this would amend 301 KAR 2178, deer hunting on wildlife management areas, state parks, other public lands, and federally controlled areas. This one's pretty simple, but it's good. In my opinion, we're starting to get a lot of interest from municipalities and urban areas that have deer issues, have high deer densities, and they're interested in using hunting as a tool to manage those populations. Right now, they don't have much flexibility. They really have no flexibility. They would have to open up under statewide regulations, which they don't often want to do. They want to be oftentimes more restrictive, archery only, things like that. So by working through this would give us the ability to work and tailor different hunt structures to, case-specific areas.
Does Harlan have any of these specific areas? I was wondering.
I don't think we've heard from Harlan at this point. Most of them are in areas where you would think,
We'll
central
reach
northern
out
Kentucky.
to
So.
Harlan and Bell County, the mayors there,
Yeah,
and see what they think.
I make a motion, we move it forward to an action item.
I'll second.
I agree.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Ben, you're again. Thank you, Joe.
Yes, sir. This item would amend and incorporate by reference applications and reporting forms for resident fur buyer, resident fur processor, non-resident fur buyer, and non-resident 3-day fur buyer licenses. It would amend 301 KAR 4090, taxidermy and the buying and selling of inedible wildlife parts. This is truly a cleanup item. We have some application forms that are tied to this that need to be revised and amended, and those forms need to be incorporated by reference in the regulation. So these are truly cleanups, nothing substantial there.
Make a motion, we move it to action item.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Are we tabling the next one?
Yeah.
That's one you want to take.
Marion County.
The item of the Marion County WMA Emergency Management Tower construction has been asked to table. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Okay, update the special fundraising permits drawing regulations by Kevin Kelly.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good afternoon. So I'm here with a discussion item to update the special agency fundraising permits drawing regulation. So it's 301 KAR 5210 and then MEN 301 KAR 5022. So this is trying to simplify and make some cleanup items in this regulation. We would like to change the title of the regulation to avoid confusion with our next item on the agenda, which is the special commission permits. This is separate from that. This regulation took effect in July of 2024. We'd like to rename it the Agency Fundraising Permits Regulation, just to, again, streamline it, rename some of the permit types for simplification, and then change the application period deadline. Currently, it's at May 30th, and we'd like to extend it through the full term of the month of May, and then change the order of the drawing sequence. So we're proposing renaming these special permits to Grand Slam permit, which is an elk permit, plus bonus deer, bear, and turkey. The elk expedition permit, which is elk only, and the big game pursuit permit, which is bonus deer, bear, and turkey.
With this changes, does anything happen with waterfowl?
No, does not.
Any questions? Comments?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Fields, announcement of receipts of the 2026 Special Commission permits for black bear, deer, turkey, elk, waterfowl for nonprofits fundraising for projects in Kentucky, and elk unit draw.
All right, I believe we should have them ready to go up on the screen for our recipients. And for the recipient organizations, you'll receive a letter from us here in the next week or two with all the information on these. So we've got a basket with the elk units. I don't know who we want to have draw them. We normally kind of pick.
Captain Sloan, if you wouldn't mind, come up and take care of this for us, please. That's all right. Yeah. So explain what he's drawing for.
Each elk permit recipient, the permit will be tied to a specific elk hunting unit. They're numbered 2 through 7 that are available. We'll go through, each organization will be assigned one number. After we assign each of the units one time, all the numbers will go back in the basket, and we'll draw again until we're done drawing for all the various organizations.
Okay.
All right, you could draw the first one for
Camp Hero.
Camp Hero.
Unit 3.
Unit 3. Car Creek.
Unit 5.
Unit 5. Hopkins County Sportsman.
Which one's the last unit?
Unit 6.
Unit 6. Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Foundation. Unit 7. Kentucky Houndsman Foundation.
Unit 4.
Unit 4. Kentucky River Longbirds. Unit 2. National Deer Association.
Oh, yeah.
Now we'll put them all back in.
Shake them up.
Shake them out. National Deer Association gets Zone 5. Northern Kentucky Quail Forever. Zone 4. Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. 2. Nature Conservancy in Kentucky.
Unit 6.
6.
That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, quick question, if you don't mind,
Okay.
Chair.
Go
Legal
ahead.
counsel. I know I had an individual, at least one, that reached out that I guess there was some kind of challenge with their submission process. They didn't get the thing submitted as long. I know we had more applications last year to choose from. How many did we have this year that submitted applications that did not meet the minimum requirements?
We had 3 disqualified this year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to skip down to restrict travel on Florida bass requested by Commissioner Member Chuck Meade. I'd like to table that. If there's not any objections, I'd like to make a motion that we table that. Okay.
Just table it for next meeting, I'm assuming?
No.
Or just table? Oh, gotcha.
Next thing up is regulations regarding procurement. Melissa and Jenny Gilbert.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion, we move all these items to discussion for the next meeting.
Okay, and even the modification of bear season?
Yes.
Okay, and I have.
If no one has any questions, I don't have any questions
I don't have
right
any
now.
questions.
3.
Yes,
3.
yes.
Bear season, youth, deer.
Yes. All but mine, and I am taking it off the table. It will not be a discussion next time.
Okay.
So, the motion is to move all these to action item except, or for discussion items, I'm sorry, for discussion items, except for the Florida bass requested by myself. So that will include the new regulations on procurement, overlap of youth-only gun deer season, and modifications to the black bear season. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. Now we will go into closed session to.
Can we bring up any new business items?
Totally.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I know that one of the things we talked about with the turkey group is we'd like to bring a new business item discussing the survey or the turkey permit and move that to a discussion.
Okay, I thought that was in with that, but.
Because it had to be a different item.
Okay.
Compared to what we were already talking about.
So.
Does that make sense?
Yes. So the motion is to add the turkey permit and survey
The
process,
survey for turkeys?
survey for turkeys to the
To a
next
discussion item the next
discussion
time?
item for the next meeting. All in favor? Aye. Ayes have it. Okay, now we can go into, unless you all want to take a 5-minute break.
I have one more thing that I want
Okay.
to say, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
First of all, I want to commend the law enforcement arm here over at Operation River Raid. I've had a lot of people reach out to me about this catfishing issue and what they feel like is robbing a resource to take to these pay lakes. So I don't think that we really need to put it on for new business now until we find out all the details. And I realize we can't discuss that because it's an active and ongoing investigation, but commend them for that work because that's been a real concern for a lot of people across the state. And secondly, I just wanted to say, I know you all are probably hearing from your sportsmen and sportswomen, but we're really starting to see EHD take effect in our district as well. It's kind of started in Ohio and came over in that area, but it's starting to bleed out across the state. I know there's been some good communication from the department on that on the website and so forth.
Thank you all for having me back up here again. This is to prepare for closed session. All meetings of the quorum of the members of any public agency at which any public business is discussed or at which any action is taken by the agency shall be public meetings, open to the public at all times except for specific exceptions listed in KRS 61810 or otherwise provided for by law. The Commission has business today that will require entering into closed session. KRS 61815 requires notice of the general nature of the business to be discussed in the closed session, the reason for the closed session, and the provision of KRS 61.810 that authorizes it to be publicly announced prior to entering closed session for most open meeting exceptions. In the proposed closed session, the Commission will discuss the potential acquisition of real property via purchase. The discussion shall occur in the closed session to protect the state's interest in the acquisition of land. By identifying the department's interest in the particular parcel, the general public would be alerted to the various owners' willingness to sell the property and our intent to purchase. I apologize, would be alerted to the owner's willingness to sell the property and our intent to purchase. As such, the publicity increases the likelihood other parties may make offers on the property. Such competing offers could increase the value of the subject property. Alternatively, a private party could purchase the property from the current owner more quickly than the Commonwealth and require the Commonwealth to pay a premium to acquire it. This closed session is authorized by KRS 61.810 under Section 1B for the potential acquisition of land. Upon an approved motion, the Commission will enter closed session. The Commission shall not discuss any other matters and no action shall be taken during the closed session. During the closed session, council and necessary members of staff will be present to advise the Commission.
I make the motion, we go to, go ahead.
Before we go in closed session, is there any problem with us going ahead and setting the next date in case other people will leave? I mean, we're not doing anything after that.
No. We,
Public comment.
Public comment.
yeah, we got public comments. That's fine. Okay. We're
Got a
ready.
motion to go into closed session, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to go into closed session. All in favor, say aye. Ayes have it.
Have her come to the meeting.
Yes.
So he's asked to be taken off. Just make sure with those guys.
I would prefer the 5th over the 12th due to my wife.
Okay, we're going to take action on an action item. The action item number is 25-W/F-002 and 25-WF-003. I need a motion and a second for the land acquisition.
Make a motion, we approve land acquisition.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Okay. We're going to go ahead and set our next quarterly meeting of the commission. The commission, if there's no objections, Friday, December the 5th, 8:30 a.m. If that's all right with the commission. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Now, okay, Lisa Jackson. Lisa Jackson for public comments. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we do the public comments, I do have to read the information behind it. Public comments regarding new business items or discussion items on the agenda may be submitted by email to fw.publicaffairs@ky.gov. Emailed comments received by 5 p.m. Eastern 2 days preceding the meeting date will be distributed to all commission members on the day prior to the meeting and read by Kentucky Fish and Wildlife staff during the commission meeting for up to 3 minutes total per commenter, time permitting, and at the discretion of the commission chair. In-person attendees of meetings may also request to speak up to 3 minutes total per commenter on new business items or discussion items on the agenda, but will be required to sign in on public comment request form on the table at the meeting room entrance by 9 a.m. Eastern on the day of the meeting, and provide name, county and state of residence, organization represented, and official position, if applicable, and agenda items being addressed. Commenters who speak in person will not have their emailed comments read publicly at the meeting and are asked to avoid voicing comments that are redundant with others speaking prior to them during the allotted public comments timeframe. We will now allow comments for up to 3 minutes per person who signed up to speak on new business or discussion items by 9 a.m. this morning.
Larry Richards, if he's here. It's strict 3 minutes, Larry.
I watch it grow. And I thank you for allowing this, but I wanted to brief the commission quite briefly on the history of committee meetings as we knew them in the past. 30 days prior to a commission meeting like this, we would get together with the commissioners. 3 of you would sit at the table as the Fisheries Committee, for example, and the other commissioners sat at the side and listened. That wasn't a requirement, but it was how they did it. At that point, and I'll give you an example with Dave Greaves' discussion earlier, those issues in that new business item brought forth to the table, the public sat in the audience, and the topic, slot limits on bass, was discussed amongst the Fisheries Committee members with input by the public. That issue was fleshed out. That 22 minutes a day spent was worth it, but it was spent there, not here. When that issue then came as a discussion item to this commission, the details were known. If each commissioner, separate commissioner, had a specific idea that he wanted to add to that, there's your chance. But the focus group, working groups, and committees we're basically doing the same thing at the same time, except we did have public input. I'll bring you back to the January 2019 meeting where the public actually had input in the creation of the CWD plan that we're living with today. We had some recommendations.
Larry, hold on a second. Could someone get the mic down for him, please? There were some of them having a hard time hearing you, Larry.
Oh, well, I can always speak louder. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you.
Back to that meeting of 2019, the people in the audience in the committee meeting actually had input. We had Kayla there, we had a few other folks there. We talked about maybe washing down trucks that carried deer from point to point in the state. We talked about the possibility of CWD being spread by live urine, people gathering urine and selling it, which are some very valid topics, and we hope to get them into the plan. And that's just one example of the ways in which the public brought to the department our ideas and our input. When in the January of 20 meeting, that was just, this mic was put off to the side, and we were allowed 3 minutes for our input after the fact. That really doesn't satisfy our requirement. Since we're paying the bills, we would like to have some input prior to your decision. We'd like to help you become more learned on the subject, and that's how we did it. It didn't preclude anyone, a focus group, from bringing information to that committee meeting. In fact, it helped. Our hope going forward is to see a version of that brought back, whereby fisheries, hunting and fishing, we can take these new business items, flesh them out into discussion items, and bring everyone to the table. And that's what we're hoping to do. We don't want to exclude anyone. In fact, we want to be more inclusive. We want to feel like we've actually had a help in the solution. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I'm going to call Anthony Brown, Meade County. Is he here?
Thank you, fellas. I was here at a previous meeting talking about the turkey seasons, and as Commissioner Raymer was talking about maybe lowering the limits, and I mentioned that when I talked. Apparently a lot of people watch this online and know how to pull them up, because I got a lot of feedback, not all good. I mean, I caught it from a bunch of guys that I've hunted with for years, and like Josh and these guys working on this working group. I mean, I appreciate all the work they're doing, and like Commissioner Raymer talking about taking the bearded hens off the table. I'd like to entertain the idea of maybe the only people being able to shoot jakes in the spring season are youth hunters. And I don't know if y'all have ever discussed this, but I brought it up the last time I spoke. A lot of the southern states, like South Carolina and Florida's they're doing it this year. Mississippi had already enacted it last year. Like, their public hunting ground is off limits to non-resident hunters for the first 9 days. I'm not saying we be that drastic, but maybe at least the opening weekend. Because a lot of the guys in Meade and Breckinridge County, the only place they turkey hunt is Yellowbank, like in all those properties. And we've got a farm that borders Yellowbank pretty close, and 90% of the vehicles you see there are Indiana tags. And I just think it would give more opportunity for these guys to get first shot at these birds if they're just food for thought. I mean, I appreciate all the work you guys are doing on this turkey program.
Thanks, Anthony. That was some good conversation. Our next speaker is Mr. Doug Ramey. He lives in Pike County, and he's in my district, and he is the new president of the League of Kentucky Sportsmen. Welcome, Doug.
I appreciate the attention and the hospitality y'all have extended. I appreciate all the work that the department and the commission's done over the years. I went as a young person in the woods, having no large game to hunt till now. We have bear, turkey, elk, deer. I mean, we didn't even have a deer season back in the 80s when I was in college. So, thanks, guys. And I would like to see the league as just being a partner to this, to the department and the commission as well. Looking over these action items, I appreciate the bear portion that you're having more liberal rules and regs coming up. The public and all the hunters alike, we're undergoing a bear population explosion, we feel. I mean, the bears you'd think they work for the county government picking up garbage, because I mean, it would rival our garbage truck what they're carrying off, really. I recently attended the bear club meeting at Carr Creek a couple weeks ago, and I just have some more items that maybe we could entertain in the upcoming session. Is that they would like to see a chase season at night. Another item would maybe a spring youth chase season, training season year-round for young dogs, and the whole month of December have a bear season with dogs, have an archery season and rifle season extended. And again, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Doug. Thank you. Ms. Jackson.
Okay. I will now read emailed comments up to 3 minutes per person on new business or discussion items. We received 81 such comments. But regarding the discussion item to create definitions and regulations to define water bodies in the area, some water bodies where wake sports will be allowed, we received 80 comments in particular. In the interest of time, I will not read comments on this discussion item, but copies of all the comments submitted by the deadline of 5 p.m. 2 days before the commission meeting, which was Wednesday afternoon, have been provided to all commission members and agency leadership for your review, both electronically and with printed copies in your packets. While not all the comments could clearly be marked for or against applicable restrictions, a review of all the comments appears to show that 58 are for additional restrictions on wake boats, 18 are against additional restrictions, and 4 appear to support other solutions or discussed other related topics. Regarding the new business item of overlap of youth-only guns, deer season, and early muzzleloader season, we have 1 comment. The commenter provided 5 comments in his email, but only 1 pertains to a discussion or new business item on the agenda and will be the only one I will read aloud. Again, all commission members and agency leadership have received the entire email for review, both electronically and in your packets. It starts, Chairman, Commissioners, and Department staff. I am a Kentucky resident currently residing in Muhlenberg County. I have 5 requests for your consideration that I believe will strengthen wildlife management and public engagement in our state. Going down to request number 2, he says, I urge the Commission to make the necessary motion or amendment to stop the overlapping of the extended youth season and the October muzzleloader season. Overlapping these hunts creates unnecessary logistical issues for law enforcement, as well as confusion and safety concerns in the field. Keeping these seasons separate protects the integrity and clarity of both. Respectfully, Scott Cronin, Muhlenberg County, Kentucky. Thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion to adjourn. I need a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Ayes have it.
Thank you. No discussion.